So my name's Blap. I will be what we call the case handler for today's episode, essentially a fancy name for a DM. And I'm joined by... We'll start with... I'm pointing. You're not even going to see. If I point that way. Up there. We'll go for Anna.
Oh, it's me.
Yeah,
Hi,
surprise.
I'm Anna. Surprise. I'll be playing Sylvia. She is a human warlock.
Excellent.
And I am Anthony. I will be playing as Isaac, the human wizard.
And I'm KO, and I'll be playing as Rose, a tiefling rogue.
Excellent. So we are a man short, or a player short, should I say. Dwarf Grummin. One of the...
Dwarf short.
Yeah, excuse the
Hey,
pun.
Dwarf short.
Dwarf Grumman.
Unfortunately, he couldn't make it today, which is a shame. Basically, the idea of the premise of this, I'll quickly explain it because we're a bit behind time. The premise behind Arcane Investigations is it's set in the same world as die rolling. Most of you here are all fans of die rolling, which is excellent, and thank you very much for being here. It's set in the wonderful world that Jack and the guys have created called Asha, and basically we are in a town or in a city called Felhurst, far away, where anyone of any creed, race, religion can come and feel relatively safe. Magic is not prohibited. It's a kind of safe haven for everyone. The premise behind the stream / the podcast will be very similar, very kind of guest. So every player here, and even Dwarf Grummin when he's here, will be a DM in one episode. Every episode will be generally a case, so it'd be like a one shot. And what'll happen is, so Anthony will do one, Kale will do one, Anna will do one, and Rich will do one when he's here. The idea will also be we'll have guest players as well, and also guest DMs. And not only that, we're looking at doing guest stories. So if people want to write stories or one shots they want to bring to the table, they can bring in and we can play it, essentially, which would be quite cool. So that's what we're about. As you can see in the title, this is called the Hocus Pocus Devilry. The idea behind the case name is not to give away the game, as it were, so that everyone, you guys and these guys, are all guessing. So we're going to start. If you can hear my son saying stuff, don't worry. I'm sure we're going to hear cats and everything. So yeah, we're going along with going with the flow. Okay. So right. So we'll start off in the city of Felhurst. Let me read a little description. Very short description. So, the sky is a tar black, and large clouds crawl their way across the sky. Rain taps on the window like someone trying impatiently to get your attention. People run for cover outside as the water covers the cobbled streets of Felhurst. Puddles begin to grow as they have an insatiable hunger. The roofs of Felhurst dance with sprays of water as the dull thrum of rain crashed upon the uneven surfaces. The rainfall gets heavier and heavier. The door to the HQ bursts open, and there stands a very, very wet-looking gentleman. Let me just... So, standing before you, you see a 5'11" half-elf with blue eyes, slick back, medium length hair, black hair with like streaks of white going across the side and down, quite long, probably down to his shoulders, kind of tucked around the back of his ears. He has a chiselled face, almost gaunt in appearance and covered in quite pale skin. He is wearing a long grey leather coat with a light grey collar and trimming, held closed by a belt that holsters several pouches. A black shirt peers through the coat, lined with turquoise trimming. Two small pockets sit above the belt. A second lot lay under the belt, with two huge pockets placed either side of them. Draped over one shoulder, a large buckled bag hangs, surrounded by several other bags, pouches of various sizes. His hands are clad in small, wrist-length brown leather gloves, which grasp tightly a small leather-bound notebook as they protrude out of the coat's rolled-up sleeves. Small bands of leather can be seen wrapped around his forearms. His pants are almost black in appearance, but shimmer a dark green when the light strikes them. The boots are made of the same material, but they are adorned in elaborate silver-like patterned armour. You all know him as Lor Lockwood. So Lor Lockwood stands and he says, "Ah, yes, good. You're all here. Fantastic. Oh, where's Dwarf Grumman? Probably at the pub or something, I don't know. Anyway, you three will have to do." So he looks, he goes, "You, Sylvia." If you'd like to describe.
Yes, sir.
If you'd like to describe Sylvia.
Sylvia is standing awkwardly in the corner. She is a little bit surprised, so her brooding isn't working as well this time. She is dressed all in black leather armor, very strappy, and it is covered in little patches of skulls. There's a very large skull decoration on her shoulder, and her wrists and hands are wrapped in red bandages. Even though she always wears them, it's not really an injury, it's more of a fashion statement. And she has very long black hair. She's pretty tall. She's like 5'8", 5'9", and her hair is up in a ponytail with a black little ribbon. It's very cute, and she's very pale and wears a lot of dark eye makeup. And she looks a little bit surprised because she wasn't expecting that mid-brood.
Excellent. He goes, "I'm glad you're here." And then he goes, "Rose."
Hi, boss. Rose is, at least in my mind, hanging head down from a trapeze somewhere in a corner of the office. She is kind of tiny. She's a rose, light pinkish colored tiefling with her both horns broken off. Her black cape-like coat she's wearing is fluttering down behind her, and she just looks at you, her head tilted a bit. Looking kind of wet. Is it raining out there?
You could say that. And as he says that, his a little incorporeal hand kind of starts to take his coat off for him, and he kind of pulls his arm out, just letting this thing do it for him. And he kind of peers over and he says, "Isaac."
Sitting at one of the tables in the room, Isaac just has his face in a book, and he peers up. "Oh, how's it going?" And what you see is, after he stands up, he's a fair-skinned, middle-aged male, about the same length as about shoulder length, dark brown hair. Wears a mustache and then kind of has the 5 o'clock shadow thing going on. Dark brown cloak over, and a familiar cat sitting on his shoulder. Who he admires dearly. His facial features look that of like a scholarly person. Features stating that like they show that he's been up all night studying, in a sense. He's got that sort of thing going on with like his eyes, like the bags under his eyes and whatnot.
Cool. He says, Lord goes, "I'm glad you're here. I just got approached by a guard in the street. Apparently something about the mayor who wants to talk to us about something, I don't know. He mentioned something about some strange going-ons in the forest to the east. I just took the case. They offered some money, so you guys, I'm sure you can assist in this matter."
Do you have any other details, Lor?
You're investigators, aren't you? I'm sure you could figure it out yourself.
So you took a case without knowing what the case is about?
He said something about gold, and I just said yes.
How much gold, sir?
He come to think of it, he didn't specifically say how much. He just said, "Rewarded handsomely in gold."
Handsome gold could be enough.
Yeah. I suppose it depends on what you consider handsomely in regards to quantities.
Well,
Well,
Do you have the guard's name so we could go ask him some more questions? Or her?
No,
The
I didn't
guard,
catch that.
yeah.
I just said yes. Don't worry. I said yes. Don't worry. We'll take the job. Whereabouts? He said it's to the east in the forest. I said okay, no problem. I will pass it on to my compatriots, and I'm sure we can investigate. There were some small tidbits that. Hang on a second, and he just kind of goes whistles, and his incorporeal hand just pulls a notebook out of his pocket for him and opens it up. She goes, ah yes. Incantation, lightning, cavern. Yes, that seems important. I've underlined that several times. Cavern. Something about a cavern in the forest. Strange going-ons. He didn't really elaborate. He just said that the mayor needed assistance. It was in a cavern in the forest, and he needed assistance and offered gold. So I said, well, I've got some suckers. Some compatriots who will assist in the matter.
yes. Well, so we just go and search for a cavern in the forest.
To the east.
to the east. Yeah. There's
Well,
a lot of
it's-
forest to the east.
Do I know anything about the Eastern Forest? Like whereabouts I would know of any caverns?
Caverns.
Do a history check for me, please.
Okay. That's a 19.
Oh, nice first roll. Excellent. You don't specifically recall a cavern. However, you are aware that as you go further in the forest, there is a mountain, and basically it almost acts like a natural barrier, kind of to the east, essentially. It's like a range of mountains and things like that. So, there. So obviously, you're probably thinking to yourself that that's probably a good place to start. Not that I'm
Okay,
guiding
I'd like
you
to.
anything.
I'd like to relay this information to the rest of the party
Okay.
here.
Yeah, no problem.
How far to the east? Like, how long would it take us in the current weather?
So
Kind of looks at her leather armor and lack of an umbrella and looks a little bit unhappy with the situation.
Based upon I'm not going to get you to roll for this one, but based upon looking outside, the wind, the rain is getting heavier and heavier. It seems to be coming down quite a lot. Lor just turns and says, "Well, the mountains, as Isaac pointed out, are I don't know, half a day's travel away. In this weather, probably about a day if it persists. I don't know. It's probably worth stopping off somewhere as you go along, but it looks like probably a day."
I do have means to house us if it takes longer than a day.
Rose is gonna jump down from her trapeze, looking at Sylvia, being like, "Come on, sugar, you're not gonna melt in the rain."
I might. You don't know. Mungo doesn't like the rain. And she kind of holds out her hand and a little pseudo-dragon runs over and jumps into it.
And Isaac says under his breath, "Maybe the makeup will run down her face, though."
What was that? Can I make a perception
Nothing.
check?
I didn't
No,
say
okay.
anything.
He said the rain will make you look much more prettier, much more goth than you already do.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's leave.
Yeah,
Right.
have
Does
you
somebody
guys
have
packed
something?
everything?
I'm ready to go whenever.
All right.
Of
got my
course, I would generally join you any other time, but I have a business to attend to here, so I'll stay here for today.
Oh,
Or
okay.
if we die, I'm
Yeah.
haunting you.
You've got something you want to give us along? Anything else?
An umbrella, perhaps.
looking with nice puppy eyes.
Bumbershoot.
Do a persuasion check for me, please. I've got
Can I
Persuasion.
assist with puppy dog eyes?
This will be fun.
See, I've got to remember that I'm playing Laura, so yeah.
13.
13. Okay. He goes, yeah, maybe. And he kind of points over that, and his hand goes, floats away like that, and just kind of goes into his bag and pulls out a vial of red liquid over to you, Rose. Kind of goes, holds it.
You're the best boss.
Yes. I know.
Always looking out for your detectives. So, you guys wanna go?
Shall
Yeah,
we
let's.
be off?
Let's fight a cave.
I suppose I'll lead the way since I recall the most information.
That
So
would be best, yes.
Okay.
Isaac, do you have any sort of equipment that would do well with a light spell cast on it?
I actually do.
Can you describe
have-
it so Sylvia
I-
can cast it on you?
I do have my quarterstaff that I
Okay.
use as a walking stick. So-
Fantastic. All right, Sylvia is going to get in front of you, and she's going to move her hands all around in very intricate patterns and say, "Accursed light from the abyss, light our way. Insanity's gleam!" And she pokes your quarterstaff, and now it is glowing, and there's like little poofs of rainbows and sparkles.
Amazing.
And then she gets behind you in line again because she doesn't know where she's going.
Fantastic. All right, so I suppose we make our way toward the exit to the town. I'm assuming there's walls around the town.
As you leave, as you open the door to leave, you just hear, "Oh, one more thing," and literally, he's not even looking at you. He's just looking in a book that the hand's holding. He goes, "Be careful out there," and he kind of turns away and just walks off.
He does care.
Yeah, I think he likes us.
Real quick.
A little bit.
Oh, he walks away.
Yeah.
Is he still within like? I would like to cast detect thoughts on him to see if he's withholding any information.
Okay. Fine. So what's that? Is that?
He has to make a wisdom save, and he has to make a wisdom save.
Is he aware of that one?
If he's walking away, he's not
He's-
going to see me
yeah.
cast it.
No, he's got his back
but,
to
you know,
him.
sometimes-
So I pull out a copper piece and I just rub it in between my index finger and my thumb, and I utter some arcane words into it, and I cast detect thoughts on Lor.
Okay. What's the DC?
15.
He fails that. Okay.
Ah!
Um.
Just wait till we get in combat, guys. This is going to go all downhill.
In detect thoughts, the only thing in his mind at the moment is kind of repeating over and over in his again, "Stay safe, stay safe, stay safe."
Aw.
There's no other information that you can glean regarding where you got to go. It literally was that obnoxious towards the guard. He just said, "Yep, don't blah blah blah," and gone, sort of thing. So that's all he knows. However, he seems to be busying himself to keep his mind occupied, but his mind is suggesting that he's obviously an element of concern.
Aw.
Okay. So it is genuine concern.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a
So
good
is he out of like hearing like earshot of us now at this point?
Yeah, he's kind of closed his office door behind him. And
Okay.
He's inside there.
So I'll turn to the party and I'll say it didn't seem to be that he was withholding any information, but there is genuine concern. So be on your guard.
Will be.
And I would like to lead out towards the gate.
Cool. So you get outside, and
Follow.
as you can imagine, it's horrible out there. It's raining. It's You can hear rumbles of thunder in the distance and things like that. There's just over towards the east, as you look heading that direction, you see the tall mountain range over in the distance, and you just see kind of the tips of dark clouds kind of edging their way over the top. The town is obviously drenched currently. People running around, covering their heads and running from places, generally towards the inn, more than anywhere, or anywhere like that. A place of ill repute, perhaps. Heading around, kind of quite quiet. It's, I would say, probably about midday. So, although it doesn't look it because the sky's quite dark and dull. Normally, you'd have a marketplace full of people kind of milling around and trading and things like that, but not today. It's kind of a quiet day. So you have the old guard standing there stoically next to doors and particular areas, and obviously not looking very happy with their job, since they're getting soaking wet. But yeah, they're standing there, and Felhurst is a typical kind of medieval type looking town, cobbled streets, houses that don't look like they're built properly, crooked some places and stuff like that, and the roof's a mixture of tin and slates and things like that, and cobbled together chimneys and stuff like that. But basically what it looks like definitely like a mishmash of cultures coming together. So where it's a safe haven for all this population of people, you can definitely see the inspiration in regards to architecture and stuff like that.
As we walk through the town, I would like to keep a few feet back from the others and try to look if someone is following us or something, because I find it kind of strange that someone just runs up to our boss, tells him about a job, and then disappears.
Okay, so you're just actively looking as you're kind of going, as you're following, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe do a perception check for me then, please.
It is a natural one. That brings me to 1.
Okay, no, you do not. You perceive nothing, and you die. No, not really.
She sees a butterfly, and it's like, whoa.
I'm like,
You just-
squirrel.
Yeah.
Just the rain
Wow,
coming down and the bright light off Isaac's quarterstaff is kind of like, just, you can't really determine what's going on. You just follow in the light and you can't see anything. No.
That's fair. Guys, with that hood and the light and the rain, I can see nothing. Where are we exactly?
I think we're still in. I think we're still in town, Rose.
That's good. That's good.
I'll send Mungo back instead. Keep
Oh.
her following us, buddy. Flies onto your shoulder. And
Hold on to his tail.
helps. Yeah.
My cat is tucked underneath my hood to stay dry. Just to stay out of the rain.
Yeah,
Not
despite
very happy
Sylvia's-
cat.
Despite Sylvia's protests about Mungo disliking the rain, he seems to be having a fabulous time.
So are we
So-
at the gate now?
So yeah, after about I'd say about 15 minutes walk, you kind of negotiate your way through these winding streets. Just people walking, as I said, milling around, kind of getting from one place to another quickly. No one paying you any heed. The guards stand there like that, and one of them just comes and goes, "Yes."
We need to go out that door, and I motion towards the gate.
Why?
As opposed to which?
We have a job to do.
Job? In this weather?
Yes.
What sort of job is it? Collecting water. And he got elbows the other guy next to him, and the other guy doesn't react at all.
And then there's little cricket chirps in the background.
No, Sylvia is awkwardly laughing to try and get the guards to like her.
Rose would walk up to the guard, almost snuggle up a bit to him, taking his hand and pressing one gold piece into his palm and be like, "Come on, you haven't seen us, we're just doing our job."
He kind of looks at you, looks down, what you put in his hand, because I weren't not going to let you pass. I was just asking what you're doing. Go you know, and you're going to just
Like I said, you haven't seen us. That's the part
Okay.
about it.
All right then. You kind of.
All right.
Off we go. Well,
Bye, darling.
I lean over to Isaac and I'm like, I think Rose has a crush on that girl.
Just to mess with the guard a little bit more, I cast the cantrip Dancing Lights around the guard's head.
Lord.
He's just a little bit.
Have to pay more money.
A little bit befuddled by the whole situation. His palm's been crossed by gold by a strange lady he'd never known, and all of a sudden his lights are dancing around. He's a little bit confused, but he lets you through with no concern, other
See, if
than
we'd
how
had Rose
strange
on
you all are.
Our first case, we would have been through that gate in like 30 seconds flat instead of half an hour.
Well, I think we tried bribing that guy, but
No, we did
anywho.
not. Anyway,
different one,
moving
yeah.
on.
So
Yeah.
you're essentially out. Basically, when you get out of Felhurst, the initial surrounding areas is kind of like almost farmland kind of thing. So it's quite open, flat plains, grass, little homesteads and things like that, farmsteads, some fields of crops growing and things like that. It doesn't take you too long to walk along the main path into the forest. The forest itself is, as you'd imagine a forest would be. It's quite thick, and there's a lot of foliage around. The trees look almost kind of warped ever so slightly, and just at the bottom of each tree you just see a slight kind of green and purple glow kind of emanating through the kind of bark itself and things like that. Obviously the kind of canopy swishes from side to side in the wind and the rain and stuff like that, but yeah.
I hope you know where we're going, Isaac.
Well, I do recall a bit about these woods. I do believe we are headed in the right general direction.
Please.
But, yes. West.
do a survival check for me with disadvantage because you don't know how to say it, west or east.
Survival check, you said?
Yeah.
8.
So you obviously you don't know whether it's west or south or north. So you know the general direction. You just think to yourself, if we stick to the path, we're okay on the path. Takes you a bit longer than normal. You just keep going, and you
What time of day is it?
So it was midday when you left. So it's probably, I'd say, after about a couple of hours of travel now. That's additional to the failed survival roll, as it were. A couple of hours. That's probably about 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon now. The rain is still relenting.
Okay, and so at this point, we're probably not even halfway there.
No.
My makeup is probably just gone.
And we are in the woods now. We are in the thick of the woods.
Yeah,
at this
so
point.
you basically you're on a path that goes through the woods. There are obviously trees to each side of you. There's foliage around, brush. You don't even hear any kind of creatures because the wind's so kind of really strong and blusty. But there's not the only thing you can discern in the forest is those small little flickers of green and purple kind of floating through the actual forest itself.
Are those normal?
Are those always there? Like, have I been to this part of the forest? Does this seem normal to me?
Do a history check for me, please.
All right.
Would it seem normal for me as well?
4.
That's higher. You're improving.
Yeah.
You don't quite know whether it's the weather that's playing tricks on your eyes or anything like that. You're not too sure at all whether it's you are aware of it or you're not aware of it. You just because your Isaac's staff and the rain, you're still like I got
Yeah.
seeing
I'm not a
spots for
nature
hours.
person, guys. I don't like woods.
Would it seem normal to me being of arcane
If you give me a history check as well,
proficiency, as it were?
give me a history check as well, please.
17.
Nice. Okay, so you obviously seeing these, you understand that this is just a very common thing in Felhurst. You are aware of the magical aura that surrounds Felhurst, that's around Felhurst in general, because magic is not prohibited here, it's actually welcomed. So there's a vast amount of people within there and the surrounding areas that are of a magical orientation. So this stuff is just emanating from the surrounding areas. There's so much magic around, it's just emanating from everywhere. More present in the forest, where it's the wind's blowing all of foliage around, all these sparks of energy and magic are popping off and stuff like that. So yeah, it's normal to you. You're aware of it. You can feel the presence of magic because you are magical yourself.
Okay.
But you know that is no concern. It's just literally what it is.
Okay. Yeah, and no, I'm fine. Cool. All right, that's all I wanted to know.
Okay, so
Okay, so
go on.
we have heard about these. Lor said something about lightning. Is there anything that would remind me of like lightning would have hit something or anything like to determine if we're on the right track?
Or if there's a lightning troll clan that lives in the forest to the east in a cavern, we might know about that, for example.
To the west.
To the west.
Their favorite direction is west.
Give me another history check, please, Rose.
History.
Yeah. Just to
Why
see
is
if you
it
can.
always
Just see
history?
if you can.
17.
Oh, nice. So.
No,
you-
18. 18.
Oh, very nice. So you're not aware of any kind of tribe or species or race that kind of associate themselves with lightning or anything like that. Thinking back about it, you probably think it's just the storm. But why he would mention lightning is quite an odd thing, seeing as generally with the storm lightning does occur. But maybe he was just trying to be dramatic. You're not too sure, but you're not aware of any particular kind of races or anything that would point you in the right direction, or anything like felled trees by lightning or anything like that.
Okay.
So-
Guys, I can see trees. And only trees.
There are an awful lot of them here.
It's a
It
big
is
forest. Yeah, it's a big forest that meets the mountains. We haven't got names for some of this stuff, by the way, guys. So we're wigging it at the minute.
Secret.
Secret.
Everything
I
is
said-
planned.
It's the Western Forest.
That's it. It's got to be now the Western Forest.
All right.
It's
Chaos like my beautiful world.
Crack a bottle on one of the trees and christen it as the Western Forest.
it's canon now. It's canon now.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
again, you're traveling for a good, I'd probably say another like 4 hours. You're starting to get a lot, quite tired now. It's coming up to 7 o'clock in the evening. It's getting darker because of the storm, and you're getting closer to where the clouds are kind of edging over the top of the mountain. You'd probably say you're good, I don't know, probably a good half-day travel away.
I will turn to the rest of the party and say, I do have means to house us for the evening if we do wish to stop, or we can proceed and see how far we can get.
Do you mean like a tent? Or do you mean like...
I mean like a magical tiny hut.
That sounds
Ooh.
very nice right now, actually.
That sounds very fancy. Does it come with heating?
No, but however, nothing can penetrate it, so no, you won't get rained on.
That sounds better than my
That's
tent.
nice.
So I pull out like a small bead, and it starts hovering in the palm of my hand, and it's and I start casting words and waving and making gestures with my hands for about 10 minutes, and boom, a 10-foot diameter magic dome appears.
Fabulous.
Excellent. Cool.
And as long as I stay in it, it won't disappear.
Excellent.
Okay.
Cool. So you hunkering down?
Yeah, we'll hunker down for the
Yes.
evening.
Yeah.
Cool.
I can
Okay.
use prestidigitation to dry us off, probably.
And I would like to
That's all
mask
right,
it.
yeah.
I would like to kind of disguise it as like a stone, like a very opaque like slate gray, because I can alter the color of it.
Did
Okay.
you do this on the path? Or off to the side?
It's off the path. It's like off the path in like a small clearing
Okay.
between some trees.
Okay. Cool. So you kind of find yourself a special little area. You cast this dome, and you're all encased in this dome. Now.
Fabulous.
Yeah. It should fit 3 people comfortably. I mean, there's still it's not by any means like a super luxurious space, but it is 10 foot by 10 foot.
And
So
dry
yeah.
and not windy.
Cool. Excellent. All right. So as you're in this dome, you obviously hear the water kind of pattering on the top of the dome there. You also
That'll
hear
have white noise.
yeah, essentially, and you hear the claps, thunder claps, kind of every so often. Did you say you covered it in like a slaty grey colour? Did you say sorry?
Yeah, it's like a slate gray color. It's like almost like what you would like a rock you would like a big stone you would find in the forest or whatever.
Yeah.
Like
Can we see out through it still,
That's what I
or
was
is it
gonna say.
opaque?
yes, it's opaque, so we can see out of it. Nothing can see in to
It's
us,
like
and they
Alright.
can't.
mirror.
Yeah, anybody that I want can pass in and out of it, but as long as I stay in it, it won't dissipate.
Cool.
Cool. Okay,
we
so
can keep an eye on the road.
Yeah.
and stuff.
so whilst you're in there, then obviously you can still see the surrounding areas. However, due to the nature, the colour of it that Isaac has produced, it kind of diffuses the colour around you, so it's kind of like a dulled colour. So when you see the lightning streak across the sky, you just see these kind of like these kind of almost like crawling fingers, like that, and it's like really contrasty compared to what you'd expect lightning to look like. So it's like a real bright white kind of looking light across the sky like that. So how long are you going to spend in here?
I'd say
night?
until sunrise, so long rest.
Cool.
Yeah, in the hopes of the rain stopping.
Cool.
Yeah, we'll
Excellent.
take a long rest.
So the night is uneventful. The
I would
Sorry,
like
go on.
to keep watch.
yeah, sure.
I'd like
So
to keep watch
okay.
with compatriots if they will, but I haven't spent any spells, so
Yeah. That's no problem. Okay.
yeah. So I don't mind taking the odd hours in the middle so that the spellcasters. I guess it's just Isaac and me who are spellcasters.
Yeah, I'm
But
fine.
Sorry, I was just gonna say I want to keep watch in case anything happens on the road.
Excuse me. Right. That sound
There's some-
effect.
Strange
Is that-
noises in the woods.
Yeah.
Very odd.
You hear a small child screaming in the woods. No,
I
I was
That
gonna
happens.
say a lemur screaming through the trees.
Aw.
so morning comes. As I said, an uneventful night. However, the rain and storm has not abated. It's still horrible out there. In fact, it's actually getting worse. The wind's gusting quite violently. So, what are you going to do?
Can we lift the edges of the hut.
No,
and
it's
portage it through the woods.
no, it's a stationary structure.
Okay, fine. Guess we'll go back out in the stupid rain.
And wind.
And the wind. Stupid wind. Okay.
So you said we're about a half day travel out from this cavern?
Yeah. So
Okay.
before I continue, does anyone want to do anything or anything like that, or anything want to? No.
Real quick, before I step out of the hut or before it dissipates, I would like to make a perception check just to make sure the coast is clear? Question mark?
Yeah, it's fine. Go for it.
How dark is it?
That's a 5.
Oh god, you guys.
Let's get those bad rolls out of the way.
That tells ya.
When it comes to recalling stuff, boom, it's there. When it comes to what's happening right now, nah.
No. You don't notice anything. And again, the weather is so horrific, and the diffused kind of color, kind of semi-transparent, semi-opaque kind of look of the dome that you're in, kind of skews your vision really, and you can't determine anything.
Okay.
And in reply to Sylvia, sorry, it's relatively dark. It's probably about, I'd say it's probably about 7 o'clock in the morning. So it's relatively dark because of that, but also because of the sky itself is quite greyed out.
Right. I'm gonna go ahead and recast the spell the same way on Isaac's quarterstaff then.
Cool.
A little bit of extra
Cool.
light.
And I'll look at them and I'll say, coast is clear.
Alright then.
Onwards.
Lead the
Spirit
way.
Leader.
So boom,
Cool.
step out of the hut and immediately just kind of dissipates and turns into that wispy green and purple like floaties that you see in the
It was
forest.
nice being dry, even if it was just for a bit.
So
Have I been
come.
fast enough to put up my hood?
roll
Do not
roll
get drenched.
roll a dex check for me.
Okay. It is a 16.
Yeah, so you kind of, as you see the kind of dome goes and kind of disappears, you just go, up you go like that, and just disappears like that.
And I
an
forgot
ninja.
to I totally forgot to put my hood on because I was dry and I didn't think about it. So now my head and my cat are just totally soaked and he is not happy.
Oh,
Sylvia just owned it. She was like, I'm gonna be wet anyway, and so she just kind of
accepts it.
hit me with what you've got, nature. Very dramatic. Anyway, shall we
So-
continue then?
Yes. I'd like to
Person
proceed
who
through
knows
the
the way.
forest.
So you continue
heading-
through the
we're heading-
forest.
Yeah, we're heading
Um,
west.
If you just do another survival check
Westerly.
for me, Isaac.
That's better. 22.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Okay, so you've kind of got your senses about you now. You understand where you need to go. You remember where the mountains are. Obviously, they're big mountain, so you're kind of aware of where they are. But now you kind of know exactly. You're confident on which way you're going. It's this way. Let's follow the road, sort of thing. So,
Definitely west.
and because
100% westerly.
and because you did that as well, because you're certain, it takes you a lot less time to travel. You
Okay.
kind of picked up a bit of speed. You're kind of fighting against the wind. You get about 4 hours into the journey. You know you're getting close, roughly, towards the mountains. You can just see off into the distance where the kind of the trail snakes around through the woods. You can just see kind of glimpses of rock and rocky surfaces where the rain's kind of still beating down. And,
Does the forest seem like it's getting thinner, like as we get closer to the mountain, or is it still thick all the way?
Yeah, it's getting thinner. It's kind of making almost way for a more grassy kind of looking environment.
Okay.
So the grass is quite long and kind of sways in the wind quite violently at the minute, obviously, because it's very windy. So as you're walking, what you do all notice, though, is that the rain and the wind is getting stronger and stronger at the moment. And you're finding it very difficult to hear one another when you're trying to talk to each other. the wind's kind of blowing the words out your mouth, sort of thing, essentially. And then all of a sudden, sorry, go on.
I was going to ask, is this sort of storm typical for this time of year, or is this very odd weather that we're having?
Do a nature check for me, please.
Breaking in my new dice.
While she's doing that, I'd like to cast Detect Magic. It is a semantic invocational spell that lasts for 10 minutes, and I can detect any magic or a source of magic within 30 feet of me, even while I'm moving.
Okay.
Up to 10 minutes.
I got a 14.
14. So,
Yes.
this time of year, you're not familiar with this type of storm pattern, specifically this kind of ferociousness.
Okay.
Here's the odd storm, here and there, but nothing of this. It seems to be constant. There doesn't seem to be any let up, and it's not normal. And as you're kind of like trying to get yourself, is this right? All of a sudden, you see an luminous green lightning bolt streak across the sky, crackle across, crawling its way around like through the clouds and things like that. And
Did I detect any?
Lightning.
Did I detect anything with the with my spell?
So with your spell, after casting your spell, the area is so imbued with magic. There's nothing you can specifically pinpoint as an object that is magical. Everything around you. However, when the lightning streaked across the sky, a big kind of flare of magic energy, as it were, kind of emanated all of a sudden, and you were like, "That's not normal." So you did not only the visible element of it being unnatural, but you felt it as unnatural and of a magical origin.
Okay.
So, as obviously it's getting windier and then the lightning strike, the lightning becomes more common. It's striking literally everywhere at the minute. It's hitting trees and big fireballs puffing up and things like that. The wind has now become a whirling torrent, and the rain starts to increase its volume. It becomes like daggers as it slashes on the unexposed skin. So the rain itself starts to get a lot more. Whilst it's heavy, it feels sharp, and it feels like it's on you.
Do I get the feeling that this is a spell?
Do an Arcana check for me, please.
And Sylvia's going to take
22.
Monroe and stuff him in her bag, and then hold the bag.
That's a 15 plus 7.
Nice.
The rain and the lightning itself, you don't think that is a spell. However, you believe it might be involved or part of a spell. Do you know what I mean? So it's not physically the result, as in a spell, but it might be the result of a spell.
Yeah, it's the residual. It's the residual effects of a spell.
Yeah. So what I would like everyone to do for me is to roll initiative.
Oh man.
Holy cow.
7.
23.
Wait a
I
second.
need
21.
7.
Okay.
7. Single digit.
So it's an unusual kind of encounter. There's nothing physically there other than nature itself. Isaac, you notice in the distance, just out of looking in the distance, you notice an entrance to a cavern. You must get to that cavern.
Gotcha.
So the first person is Isaac.
Nice.
I would like to cast. I do believe I have expeditious. Do I have expeditious retreat? I do have expeditious retreat. I would like to cast expeditious retreat.
Okay,
And
explain what expeditious retreat
so
is.
so what expeditious retreat is let me click on it. This spell allows you to move at an incredible pace. When you cast this spell, and then as a bonus action on each your turns until the spell ends, you can take the dash action.
Okay.
So I can move my full 30 feet and then use my bonus action to dash. It basically allows me an extra bonus action so I can move up to 90 feet per turn.
Wow.
Okay. Wow. Nice. Okay. Yeah.
Just book it.
So, based upon where you are at the moment, you can see you're probably about 100 feet away from the cave entrance.
I'm gonna expeditious retreat and you just see Isaac turn into like the Flash, like just go straight towards the cavern.
I guess
like
we're
when-
on our own.
You are on your own.
It probably wasn't the smartest idea, but
That thing lives in caverns.
I've been wanting to try that spell. So
It's the perfect time. Have fun with your totally empty, completely safe cave.
yeah.
So, as you kind of cast it on you, sprint off very heroically and very gracefully. The rain is beating down on you, and all of a sudden you just, as it hits you, because you're going such a faster speed than normal, as it hits you, you just feel nicks coming off your, like this, small little nicks of pain, essentially, and you take 2 points of damage, piercing damage, slashing damage.
Oh.
So.
Some painful rain.
All right. Even more squishy now, guys.
Great.
Okay, is that
It's
your
alright,
turn
this
then,
is
sir?
gonna This is gonna be fun.
Is that everything, Isaac?
Yeah.
Cool. So then that's Rose. It's your turn.
Okay, so I also would like to run my 30 feet, then use my action to dash another 30 feet, and use my cunning bonus action to disengage the rain, like not getting hit that much while running.
So, is it any particular? Is it just a? Sorry, I'm remember. Is it new? Is it explain? If you explain the.
It's my cunning action. I can use my bonus action to dash, hide, or disengage.
Right. Okay. Cool. Okay. So So you obviously shoot, and you got your hood up. You kind of pull your hands into your sleeves. I don't know if you've got sleeves, but you pull them into your sleeves, and you you definitely kind of all the rain's just going off your clothes, sort of thing, and you don't take any damage. It's fine. Okay.
Yeah, so that's my turn.
Cool. And Sylvia.
All right, so Sylvia had Mungo in her bag up here. And she's going to try and just kind of apologize mentally to Mungo, and she's going to hold the bag between her and whatever direction the rain is blowing from.
Okay.
And then she's going to run. That's all right. Sorry, buddy. He's in there. Exactly.
Yeah, that's fine.
This is
So
the worst
are
field
you?
trip ever.
So are you doing the same as well? Using your movement and then dash?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm booking it
You're
for that
booking it,
entrance
okay.
where I can see the tiny back of Isaac, like way up ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So obviously you two have moved 60 foot. Isaac's moved 90 foot. He's 10 foot away. So Isaac, what are you going to do? I'm pretty sure I know what you're going to do, but
I want to look into the cavern. Can I see anything into the cavern, or is just seeing that far ahead impossible with the weather?
you're 10 foot away now.
Okay.
You're 10 foot away now, and you look into it, but the rain is so fierce. Obviously, after them being kind of nicked with 2 points of damage there, you feel like you're probably not going to see anything because of this rain so thick and heavy.
Okay. So
what you can see is just an outline of literally like a cave entrance, just a cave entrance in the side of this mountain.
I'm just going to step into the mouth of the cave, just to kind of get out of the weather,
Okay.
and just kind of crouch down next to the entrance and wait for the others.
You're about to get
Okay.
owned by a groove.
Okay, cool. So that's your turn, yeah?
When I step into the cave, can I look into it and see anything, or is it dark?
It's goes quite far back. I'd say probably about 50 foot into the distance. What's your sight? You're human, aren't you? So
I don't. Yeah, I'm a human, but
So-
okay.
You've got light on your quarterstaff.
yeah.
I do have light on my
From
quarterstaff.
So when you're
Assuming
there,
it
although yeah, it doesn't.
I want to throw my staff into the cave, just
Okay.
like a spear, like a javelin,
Okay.
and see if I can see anything.
Okay, so you throw the quarterstaff as a spear, and it kind of lights up the side of the cave walls, and then it kind of, and as it kind of drops down, you just see at the very end of the cave a kind of very smooth stone surface, and it just on the floor and just lays there. And as it's on the ground and kind of emanating light still, you just see kind of the bottom of this smooth grey surface.
Okay. So I will. That'll end my turn, and I'll just wait for the others.
So that's Rose, your turn.
Yeah, I'll just keep running. I should be able to reach the cavern, as I would have another 60 feet. And I'm just gonna stop at the entrance.
Okay, so as you're running, could you give me a dex save, please?
Save.
Yeah.
Alright. That is a 25.
Cool. So as you're running, another streak of lightning crackles across the sky and hits a tree, and the tree kind of essentially flies across your across the path where you're running, and you kind of just do this kind of slide, and you just slide underneath the tree, and then continue running towards the cave.
So cool. Sylvia's fixing to die. It's been a real pleasure. I'm gonna die, whatever happens next.
Yeah. I don't know if I, on my turn, still have the time to also look into the cave. I would have dark vision 60 feet, so maybe I can see something that Isaac didn't.
So you see Isaac huddled down below, where he's just kind of perched on the edge there, where he's just sat and thrown his staff. With your dark vision, you can see in front of you. You can see a more of the smooth stone surface, and then round the edge of the stone surface seems to be like a border with kind of runes carved inside.
Okay. Then I'll just wait there with Isaac for Sylvia to arrive.
Okay. So Sylvia, your turn.
Sylvia is booking it still. Can she avoid the tree that is now apparently between her and the cave mouth?
Do an acrobatics check for me, please. It's kind of crossed the middle of the path now.
Okay, let me just do that. Acrobatics are totally Sylvia's thing. I got a 19.
So
Totally Sylvia's thing.
as you're
Totally her
run,
thing.
as you're running as well, you see Rose you see this lightning striking this tree, kind of fly across the road, as it were, and Rose just kind of duck under, and once you see her off into the distance, because you've seen that, you have plenty of time, and you kind of tee up how tall that tree trunk is now, and you kind of just stick your hand on and just hurdle yourself over the top of it and continue running. And you are now
Amazing.
in the cavern as well with Rose and Isaac. And at
I
this
have
point,
no dark vision.
I think we should take a break.
Okay,
Yeah? Okay.
that's fine.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Okay.
So we'll be back in 10 minutes or so. Yeah?
10? Okay,
10?
great.
Okay.
Alright.
Right, I'll be right back, and then I might hop on Twitch and chat with people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I'll
I'm gonna
probably-
have a drink and Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much for sticking around. For those of you who are still sticking around, goodbye, Talisman. And there has been a few people followed, so thank you very much for follow.
Wow.
Whilst people are following during the stream, what we're going to try not to do is try not to call them out, which is hard for us because we really appreciate it, but we want to make sure we're keeping the game flowing and kind of immersive, as it were, other than the children screaming. So
you mean the screaming tree lemur?
The lemur, the lemur that belongs to the Western tree lemur.
In this area.
Yeah, the Western tree lemur.
Excellent.
So
Cool.
someone please draw us a Western tree lemur.
Please do it.
Fan art, Western tree lemur. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So you've all managed to get yourself into this cavern, away from this biting, kind of horrible rain that claws at your skin and stuff like that. You all get there. You see Isaac is standing there. He's got some small little cuts on his face, like that. Little bits of blood kind of dripping down him, but seems to be okay. You see the light at the end of towards the end of the cavern, where obviously Isaac threw his staff. It illuminates.
Don't go to the light.
Don't go towards the light.
And Sylvia, you got dark vision, haven't you?
No, I'm a human.
Oh, you're a human.
I'm
sorry.
the dark vision
Yeah,
guy.
So, as I explained,
So glad we came prepared.
Yeah, so Rose, you see, like I said, a very smooth surface, very, very smooth, and then round the edge of the smooth surface is like a border made out of rock as well, and within the border there is kind of dotted shapes, kind of carved runes and things like that.
Okay, so before I go there to look at these runes, I would like to generally look at the ground and everything. Like before I'm stepping into that cave, I'm gonna look for traps or anything. Like if I'm going to be hit by a rock dropping down or something like
so
that.
So you're just in front, are you, or you're inside? That's my cat. I wonder what that was. Are you into? Oh, look, she's opened the door. Look.
Bye, kitty.
Are you actually inside the cavern, inspecting the cavern, or are you just outside the entrance of the cave?
I would like to enter it, but before I really enter it, check it for traps.
Okay, are you thoroughly standing still and looking for it, or are you just going to have a quick look around?
No, I'm gonna really check.
Okay. If you give me an investigation check then, please.
Okay.
And while she's doing that, I'm going to send my cat, Lemieux. I'm going to walk over and grab Sylvia on the shoulder, and all of a sudden my eyes turn into Lemieux's eyes, and I'm going to send Lemieux out.
Yeah, so
And
I rolled a
going to
12.
look around.
Okay.
And I'm going to look around the cave as my cat.
Okay, so you rolled a 12, Rose, yeah? So as you look around and do a thorough investigation, you don't notice anything that could be a potential trap or anything like that. It's quite innocent, really. It's just this cave, and then at the end of the cave is a slab of rock surrounded by a kind of border.
Okay.
When you do investigate though, along with Lemieux going around, you do notice that there seems to be has whatever it is has been used recently.
Ooh.
Okay. So I'm gonna turn to both of my magical friends and tell them it looks like nothing wants to immediately kill us in here, but I'm quite sure that this runic thingy, can you see that? You can't because you're technically blind in the dark. And I'm shoving them forward and be like, magic. I'm quite sure it's something magic and I have no idea about that.
I cannot hear a dang word she's saying because all my senses in my physical form are dulled, are null and void.
Yes.
All my hearing is sight is in my cat, who
Can't
has
the cat
proceeded
hear what
into the
she's
cave
saying?
to look around. Well, he's proceeded down the cavern
fair enough,
to look
fair enough.
around.
So-
Great, magic runes, fantastic. I kind of look at Isaac, who's just like on my shoulder, which is fantastic. Sylvia loves having that happening right next to her. It's not creepy at all. And says, "Okay, we'll wait till Isaac is back, and then we will investigate."
And as
Cool.
she says that, like, as she says that, she's like, "I'm just having a quick look around. Like, I can talk, but I can't see or hear them."
Right.
Okay. So Lemieux kind of stealthily or skulkily kind of moves the way across around the kind of cavern. The rest of the cavern is essentially just kind of almost, not by nature, but carved out quite, not necessarily ornately, but you can see it's been deliberately carved further back than the actual natural part of the cavern. When you get closer towards the back of the cavern, you can see more clearly that, yes, there is kind of a big slab of rock. However, there is a small crack down the middle of the slab, quite straight, and then round the edges, obviously, you can, as Lemieux, you can only see up to about, probably about a foot high. But as you look up and look at it, you can see the kind of, they are kind of carved runes into this rock. Nothing
Okay.
else is, nothing else is kind of stands out at you. Nothing else is obvious, really.
While I'm still in like the cat mode, I just say, "It seems to be a giant arcane gate."
I kind of nod at Rose, like, "Yep, that's it. Runes."
Rose is standing there like, yeah, it is.
Well, I guess this is all confirmed now for everyone who's not me.
So at that point, after I say that, I come out of it, I come to, and Lemieux bamps back to my shoulder.
Oh, Katie.
Cool. Yeah, so you just don't, and all of a sudden, you just see in the distance.
I just kind of wake up like, what?
Okay, so what do you want to do?
And how far away is the lit up quarterstaff that has the only light source for the humans?
So he's
It's
thrown
pretty
it.
far,
I
right?
mean, he's lobbed it as far as he could, but he's probably only thrown it about 20 foot in front of him or something like that.
Okay, so like
So he's still got another 30 foot. Yeah, there's kind of like a,
Illumination.
yeah, just a small
Okay.
amount.
Okay. I still can't see much, but I'm not completely blind.
At that point again, I'm sure 10 minutes has passed. Am I right? Since I've cast detect magic,
Yeah,
Probably.
Yeah, 'cause
Got
you-
about
yeah.
sealed.
you're
I'm
waiting
going
for.
to cast it. I'm going to cast it one more time.
Okay.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna cast it one more time, and yeah. So I know my staff's gonna emit or glow with magic, not just literally because it's got a light spell on it. But I'm looking mainly at the back wall as we approach my staff, and I'm able to pick it up. I should be about 30 feet away from the back wall, right?
Yeah, because it's 20 foot, about 50 foot towards the back of in total to the back of
Okay.
the cavern.
So would anything on that door illuminate and show me a source of magic?
So when you cast detect magic, your staff obviously glows. And what color is it? How does it glow? Does it emanate glow, or does it at the top?
It's just all it is my vision becomes a more of an arcane sense. So it would almost appear like a very almost like a lightning bug.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
It'd have an aura of light around it, aside from being already a light source, my quarterstaff.
Well, when you do that, not only does the border and the slabs itself kind of as one glow with this aura around it, all of a sudden you just see from the very bottom of each side of the border just lights, green light, and swirl around where the runes are, literally almost filling the runes up. all the way around to the top like that.
Am I able to determine what? And are these runes? Are they just like images, or is it an actual language?
If you do an Arcana check for me, please. Seeing it's of a magical origin.
And Sylvia also. So
21.
she's somewhat clever in that way.
Nailed it. 21. Okay, so you determine they are a language of magical origin. Probably. Do you speak Draconic? Anyone speak Draconic?
We didn't bring with us.
Let me look. Hold on. Huh, how
Chinese
funny.
missing.
I speak
Chinese.
I speak Abyssal and Draconic.
Oh, there you go. So
Cool.
you should be able to read that.
So you notice it's Draconic as soon as those runes are kind
I
of
feel
light
like that's
up.
very redundant.
Well, no, because
Very implying.
yeah, and the runes themselves read, "I have no end, and am the ending of all that begins."
I'm going to read that out loud. I have no end, and I am the beginning of what was it? It was
I have no end,
No,
I
have no end.
No end.
and am the and am the ending of all that begins.
Boom.
Can I have that one more time? Sorry.
I have no end, and I'm an ending of all that begins.
Yeah, and I am the ending of all that begins.
It's a riddle.
Is it S?
You don't say.
Well,
Is it S?
S.
S, the letter S.
Are you saying this out loud as a character?
I
Or you
am.
just nothing happens.
After he says, okay. Is it S in Draconic?
No.
I look at Isaac. Okay, fine.
I am thinking like a circle. Maybe. Circle
Okay.
has no end.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know what should we do with it, or is it more something that we could do with the spell? Should we just light it on fire?
is it
It's made of
Burn
stone,
it.
right?
is the is the answer coming full circle?
You say those words and nothing happens.
I mean, we need to
Melon.
do. Yeah, right. Can I
What?
Is there? We checked the cave already. There's nothing more that tells us anything about what we would have to be doing.
You could do
Like, are there?
another investigation check if you wish.
Okay, like to see
you-
if there are, I don't know, like fire, like ashes, something, like if we could determine something, because I had investigated that. I know that something has happened here, so there must be something that would tell me what has happened.
Okay. Are you just doing it? Yeah. Okay, no problem. Go for it.
And it is a 19.
Oh, nice. Okay. So you do a bit more of a thorough investigation. What are you specifically looking around the door? You're looking around the cavern in general, or
Around the rune door thingy, and like in general, if I find something in like the closer surroundings of that.
okay. So when you look around, you notice that whilst the door is smooth, well, the bit of rock is smooth. You notice on it there is small carvings, very small, not elaborate carvings. And then as you look closer, you see that they are kind of essentially hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of skulls.
Upon looking at that, and inspecting all this, I say in Draconic, the Draconic tongue for dead or death.
So as you say that, the runes around it that you can see, Isaac, still, disappeared. And they all just kind of fade away as they go around. And all of a sudden, you hear a and a clicking, and the light of green comes up the middle of the slab. When it slowly opens, and a cold whoosh of air just goes down towards through the cavern.
Refrigerated.
I'm standing there like, guys, this is so awesome.
Do you think Lor will let us take these doors back to the headquarters? They go
Yeah,
with
I'm totally
they go
for
with
it.
My shoulders.
Yes.
One on each. Cool. So as the doors open, go on, Isaac.
I'm definitely like wary about walking into this place,
It'll be fine.
especially because the word was death. Death or dead. I don't know which one it was, but I'm assuming it was the same.
One of those cheerful,
general.
happy words.
Yes,
Yeah.
happy words.
Mm-hmm.
But
Cool.
Oh, before we go
So-
in, Sylvia is going to do a little bit more quiet casting, and she's going to cast Prestidigitation on everyone and dry off clothing,
Cool.
so that we're not drippy wet and cold. With
Everyone's
little,
like,
sparkles, little rainbows.
a little bit of hair.
Very cute.
So as the doors have opened, and this rush of cold air comes flooding down, along the floor floats kind of almost like dry ice. Do you know what I mean? With it,
Ooh.
and as,
Okay.
as you reveal, you see kind of sconches up against the wall of green flame, and also kind of a ramp essentially. Straight after the doors, like a little ramp. Looks quite sodden and wet and muddy.
Any footprint in
I'm not going to get you to roll because it's quite obvious. There is several footprints. Several footprints. There are footprints in there of a kind of a medium size shape.
humanoid?
Do a survival check for me, please.
Sure. 17.
They're boots. You determine they're boots, so you can't determine whether it's specifically a human. It's humanoid, but you can't specifically determine as to what race it is or
Peoples.
anything like. It's people's. Yes.
Not aminals. Okay.
and go ahead.
I guess I'm the one who, again, can see the furthest because the green fire stuff won't be that much help. So can I see, as far as I can I see anything down there except that, yeah.
So you look up, and
I don't know how to English.
it goes up about 10 foot. It's not very far away, this ramp.
Okay.
And you see one more sconce at the very top on what looks like an opposite wall. And it's kind of lighting up two voids to the side.
Great.
Okay. So I'm not sure if I can make it up there, but as there are footprints, I would very stealthily try to like sneak up there and just take a look around.
Cool, yeah. Just roll a stealth check for me then, please.
28.
28.
Wow.
I have a +10 on stealth.
Ah, nice.
Thank
Okay, cool.
goodness, Yeah.
So you managed to definitely kind of get your way up there. No sound whatsoever,
Ninja.
just completely silent. All you just hear is the of wind kind of going through. And as you get up and you look kind of to the side, you see two corridors that kind of arc around from the top of the point. So almost, so say you're walking up, as you're looking forward, they kind of arc to the side around like this. And dotted around on the floor is very much the same kind of dirty, muddy kind of a view that you had down on the ramp sort of thing. But you see his sconches, as you normally do. But on the floor, there's lots of funguses kind of just scattered everywhere, almost like the floor's almost covered in moss and kind of various funguses as you look round on either side.
Okay, there is no one there.
There is no one there.
Okay, then I would return to my friends and tell them what I saw, and like, I think we can try to go on.
Okay.
Nothing will immediately kill us.
Immediately.
Yeah, I mean, the door opened for death, so...
They just have a motif going. It's probably fine.
It's just a look. It's just a phase.
Yeah, it's like if there are any traps or anything, I'm sure I'll spot them.
So
Very difficult
I
to
guess
pull wool over my eyes.
I will proceed in to the cavern, or proceed through the door and follow Rose.
Which way are you going? Left or right?
Left.
Gonna go right.
Left. Sylvia's going left. She's gonna cast light on her shoulder. So it's not on your step anymore. Come on, guys. It's always to the left.
I'll just be following then.
Which one, though?
You're going left, are you?
Yeah, I
I'm
think we're
going
going
left.
left. I'm also going left.
Isaac's like,
All right, can I just? All right, so can I just peer down the right and see if I see anything?
Yeah. Well, you look down the right, and again, there's torches up against the wall, and it kind of just curves around like this, like a walled, kind of ornately built. So the stonework is kind of specifically and purposely built. It's not carved out of the side of the mountain, and it kind of curves around like that, and you just see all this moss and funguses, fungi.
Do I get the feeling that these two paths will connect at some point?
You can't tell.
Okay. So knowing that, so if I can't tell, then I'm going to go left with the other two because I am frail.
Oh, are the torches able to be removed from their sconces?
They're probably pretty high up.
They're just literally on the side of the walls. They're there. So
okay.
They seem to be lit, and you can pull them out. Yeah.
I'm gonna take one.
Cool. No problem. So you got
Is it
one
still green?
green glowing torch.
Fire though? It's fire, not just light.
Yeah, it's fire. It's green fire.
Green fire.
Yeah.
Cool.
And it kind of like it's kind of little green flecks sparking up
Great.
like that.
No
Okay.
secret passages open, right?
Nope.
Wall flips around.
Blum, 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 blum. No, not Zelda.
Exactly.
So you
Who
just
brought bombs? No.
you just take it off and
I take one. And I'm just kind of like, "Wee." Great.
okay. The
I don't
the
think
actual
you're gonna-
corridors themselves are quite narrow.
Okay.
I'd probably say about 10 foot wide, maximum sort of thing. So you could probably stand shoulder to shoulder, but that would be the width of it.
Okay.
So how are you walking down this corridor?
If
I
they're
will
gonna,
lead,
if
since
yeah,
I
if
was
they're-
the,
I'm gonna stand towards the back.
I'll lead.
Then
since I
I'll
was
be in the middle.
the voice of dissension who kind of took over.
Cool.
I also have a torch now, so it's very exciting.
Cool. As you make your way towards the through the corridor, you obviously treading on this horrible uneven surface, like squelching and crunching and stuff like that. And you get a little bit further down, and all of a sudden you just hear, and all of a sudden, right in front of you, out of the moss and out of the funguses, these kind of skeletons start raising themselves like this and pulling themselves up out of the ground, kind of like all haggard and like that, and their eyes are kind of glowing green.
How
like
far
that.
ahead are they?
They're probably about 15 foot in front of you, They're kind of glowing
15.
green. Yeah, they're going green, and as they move, their head kind of twitches like this. They kind of the eyes kind of follow them right and like
So
standing there,
15.
half bits of skin on them and stuff like that, and towards
Do I
I
have
was gonna say I'm ready to go on the right path now, guys.
Is
Turn around.
Are they rising up kind of like slowish? Do I have enough time to react? In other words, or is it just like they're just there?
They're literally just like through, and then what seems like a slow kind of, almost like they're re-articulating themselves sort of thing, but it's just like unnaturally quick, and they're kind of like their legs are buckling back in on themselves, and they're kind of getting up.
So I guess my question is, do I have time to react with a spell,
What was you looking at doing?
or do I have to wait? I wanted to nuke them.
Yeah, go for it. Why not, eh? Go for it. What are you looking
All right,
to do?
so considering these things, because this makes a 20-foot like ball of fire.
Okay.
So I want to. How far away is the leading person? How far away is how?
Said 15
Yeah, how
feet,
far?
right?
You're 50.
They're
said they
15
were, like,
feet
15
away
feet
from
apart.
you,
Yeah.
so obviously then the corridor continues behind them.
So
Would
could
it be
you place a little
possible
bit
to?
further?
That's what I was gonna ask. Is there a way I can shoot it maybe a little bit past them, but where I can just hit the skeletons and not Sylvia?
Yeah, of course. You can most certainly try, sir.
I would like to do that. I would like to aim just a little bit. I would like to aim just a little bit past them to make sure that maybe about 10 feet, because that would still cover. All three of them, I believe. You said there was 3 of them.
There's 2.
Did you say 3?
There's 2 of them.
There's 2, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I would like to aim 10 feet past the second one or the furthest one,
Yep.
and boom. So they have to make a dexterity save of
Okay.
15.
Okay.
And if they save, they take half damage.
Neither of them save. They are
All right,
shambling corpses.
8d6.
They don't have
Oh my
stride.
god. Maybe I
Which
should have
is
increased the hit
stolen.
points on these.
All right, so there's 4, 8,
James does
12, 16. I got 4 4s on that one.
Nice.
And then that's 16, 22, 24, 26, 28 points of damage.
Wow.
Cool, and that's a 20-foot radius around, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
So describe to us how you cast.
So as I see them come up, I obviously, knowing that there were skulls and that the word was death, they probably weren't very friendly. So I just pull some bat shit and some sulfur out of my pouch, and I rub the 2, crunch the 2 up together in each hand, and boom, clap my hands together and just emit like a big ball and fire it out towards where I wanted to put it, and boom, just causes like a big old boom.
So
And
as
they
you
take
do that,
28 points of fire damage.
the fireball goes 20-foot radius around, and you just see both skeletons like and almost like literally explode. And as the fire dissipates, you just see them kind of almost where their bodies were, the green figure of their skeletons, and their eyes are, and then they go, and the kind of green spirits kind of disappear, and there's just a big blackened area where you've cast fireball, and loads of bone flying towards you, all down you.
Sylvia's
Sweet.
covered.
Avoided that battle. At the cost of a 3rd level spell, but we avoided it.
Yeah.
So many of those, it'll be fine.
Rose is just going to put her hand on your shoulder and be like, I hope you hadn't had your best shot then yet for the big one that is still to come.
I think I have 1 shot left in me.
Hang on.
Oh, we will see about that.
And Sylvia's going to prestidigitation, and all the little bone bits are just going to go off of her.
Okay.
Ew. Ew. Ew.
Okay.
Onwards.
So now that the
Good shot, Isaac. That was
yeah,
good.
very good. Yeah. Now that the skeletons have been dealt with, you maneuver your way through. As you come round the corner, you keep going, yeah. And on the left-hand side, you notice that there's like a dark area, which appears to be kind of another entrance of some sort.
Okay, we're still a little bit back from it, yes?
Yes, you're probably about 20 foot away.
Alright, so I'm going to point that out to the ones behind me. Like, oh, there's another portal ahead.
What you do notice as well that there's like a deep green glow coming from it.
Also, it's glowing green, apparently. I
Okay,
should have
is
mentioned
it-
that first.
Is it a door or is it a portal thingy again, or is it something with the runes?
So where you see it's basically flush against the wall. So all you can see is like a black outline where you
Okay.
potentially think a passage or a door is, and then a green glow emitting from it. So
Maybe
obviously,
it's just full of more fire like my green torch. Is it flickering, or is it more of just a
it's just like a constant glow.
illumination?
Yeah, an
Would
illumination.
Is there any more writing around?
Like, we'll have to get closer. We're like 25 feet away still.
Okay.
Sylvia's
start,
just
like,
gonna- she's gonna
I start
jump
kind of
on
creeping
ahead.
forward. I like,
Intrepid.
yeah, I'm just kind of creeping behind her, like just trying to
I mean, I think
look at stuff on the
everything
wall.
probably heard the explosion a few seconds ago. So,
Wasn't the stealthiest maneuver,
element
but
of surprise might be gone.
So
I
as
don't know.
you walk your way through, if Isaac, you can do a perception check for me, please, because you're kind of looking as you're going around.
12.
Okay, so as you're walking and you're all kind of cautiously making your way towards this glow, you're looking around, but you don't see anything that's obvious or anything that kind of points you into for concern or anything like that. It's just literally quite ornately carved. There's moss on the walls. You obviously got the crunch of the moss and fungi on the floor and things like that, but nothing to concern yourself about, really. So as you get closer, you notice that it is an actual entrance, so it's not closed. It is open. The light is emanating from it. Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to poke my head around and just take a look in, and if I see anything that is moving, go quickly back and hoping it doesn't see me.
Okay. So as you look
I'll let her
down,
squeeze past.
you see kind of like some stairs kind of going down into this what appears to be a room. It kind of goes a bit far back, and there's what you can see is like a table in the middle. However, around the edge of you can't physically see, but around the edge of where you think that the room is, or the end of the room is, you can see the glow, the green glow, all the way around.
Is there any more draconic around? Like any more draconic sort of
Do an
markings?
investigation check for me, please.
Investigation, you said?
Yeah.
That's a 13.
Okay, again, you're having a little look around, but there's nothing. It just seems like it's just a standard room, other than the green glow. But you know, I mean, it's just like a standard. There's no kind of nothing there.
Nothing that would no nothing to read.
Nothing to read. Nothing anything like that. It's literally just plain walls at the moment and a strange green glow.
What does the table look like? Is it in good repair? Is it made of stone or wood? Is there anything on it?
So it's made of wood. It sits quite nicely in the centre of the room, of what you can see. There are bits of paper all over it.
Sylvia's gonna go in the room.
Okay. So as you enter and you go down the stairs, as the room becomes visible to you, you notice that all around is like essentially a huge, almost like a bookcase. But instead of books, you see these massive, I say this massive, but these bell jars. And inside the bell jars are a kind of wispy green floating around. Every so often you just see a face and back down again. And just literally the green glow is emanating and causing this green light to come out.
Do they look similar to the figures we saw after the skeletons were obliterated?
They do.
Similar? Similar, okay. Do I have any idea what could put green ghost things into jars? Do I have like any magical knowledge about, is this a spell? Should we be leaving right now and never coming back?
Do an Arcana check for me, please.
Sure. That is a 12.
Okay, so you look at them. Obviously, other than the fact of the kind of glaringly obvious faces appearing in these things, you kind of determine they are not of a natural magical occurrence. But other than that, you kind of can't quite determine what they are, other than that they're not natural.
Rose would like. Sorry.
No, it's alright. It's fine. Go on.
I just want to say, Rose would like go up to the wall, get like nose bobbing close to one of the glasses, look in there, and it'd be like, "Can you hear me?"
So as you do that, you just see the green kind of swirl around, and it just all of a sudden this face goes, "Yes!" and goes back again.
Do I get the feeling that this is a tomb? Do I get this feeling that this is a tomb of some sort?
Ask if it's friendly.
I'm trying to think what you would do, really.
Mausoleum or, yeah.
Do a religion check for me then. Go for it.
Um, 14.
So you don't sense that this is a specific kind of any kind of tomb or mausoleum or any kind of religious area or kind of sanctuous area that you expect kind of holiness or religion to be worshipped or anything like that. You do kind of identify that the green flickers they're kind of like, they're not wisps, they're spirits. So they're just spirits in these jars.
Like trapped, probably.
I'm gonna ask the jar guy again. Are you friendly? And what is your name?
Okay. And just this swirling around, still constantly swirling around, it goes, friendly.
Charging.
Not friendly.
I think the first one was
If
yes,
we-
he's friendly, and the second one was his name.
If we let you out, are you going to hurt us?
No.
Can I do a? Can I do a insight? Can I do an insight check on that?
You can, but it would be a disadvantage as it's some sort of incorporeal kind of floofy thing.
It's hard to get a read on him when he's mostly fog.
11.
You can't really make heads or tail. The tone is not. There's no tone to the voice. It's just literally kind of monotonal, kind of gasping. So you can't kind of determine whether it's true or not.
Ask who put it in the jar.
Who did put you in the jar, not friendly?
It was him.
Western tree lemur.
Will you, if we let you out, would you help us to find him?
Yes.
I am going to take the jar
Mm-hmm.
and just open it.
Sylvia approves. Yes. There's
And it's-
no way this could backfire. Absolutely none.
So as you, basically all it is, there's nothing fastened. It's just top off like this, and as you go, and just off into the ceiling, disappears off into the ceiling.
Oh, not friendly.
Goodbye, not friendly.
Why did you leave us?
I think he is actually leading us to where we need to go.
You don't think he just disappeared like the other ones did when you destroyed the skeletons they were inhabiting?
Sorry.
It's possible.
Oh, you took that. Sorry.
It's possible. However, there could very well be very well be a chamber above us.
That's true.
Well, that's the best guess we have. And I
And this
couldn't
is-
even say thank you.
How
This
many
is
other
just,
non-friendlies are there? There's like a whole wall of.
There's
witness
literally, yeah,
frames, right?
they're all around like this, all around the
Should
wall.
we let them all out, you guys? Not friendly, kept his word as far as I can tell, and so I think they're all trustworthy.
I mean, oh, what the hell? I cast Mage Hand and I just glide the hand along the shelf, knocking
them
all
off.
the jars onto the ground.
But I would like to catch one before it opens, and catch it still sealed. So if all the others disappear, then we have one jar left to talk to.
Okay. Yeah. I'll just let you do it. I won't. You just grab one off the shelf. You
Okay.
see Isaac's mage hand go boom, 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 knocking all the, and he just like a cacophonous sound
That's
of
everywhere.
kind of inhaling in there. Everywhere like that, and all of a sudden they just all up into the top and disappear into the ceiling.
And I'm just going to turn to the glass that I now have. Hi, what's your name?
It's just release me.
Aw.
Hi, release me. Can you? I'm going to release you, but can you tell us anything useful about this place or him?
Pull on the new flesh like borrowed gloves, and burn your fingers once again. Release me.
Okay. That wasn't very useful, but it's okay. I'm going to release him.
Goodbye, release me.
And then as you disappears, and the light kind of dims.
Yes, I bet it's very dark in here now that all the green glowy boys are gone.
So I have the feeling that the bad guy might be using the bodies of like release me and not friendly, and he put their consciousness inside these glasses.
That seems like a fair assumption. It's kind of freaky.
Yes.
Sylvia is going to try and take her mind off the weirdness by looking at the papers on the table and see if there's anything useful, anything she can read, any writing or.
Cool. Yeah. Okay. So,
She doesn't have that torch still, so she'll use that to kind of illuminate.
that's fine. Yeah, you kind of as you're kind of waving over the table. There's just scattered paper everywhere. There's kind of like what look to be like scribblings and kind of like incoherent words and things like this, and kind of see those draconic runes again. But what you do notice is as you're looking through them, you notice the same word appearing again and again, and the word is Zilfa.
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 Does
Can
that
I-
word mean anything?
If I examine the book as well, do I can I decipher what that word is? Like if I were to translate it to common.
Or is it a name?
It's not draconic. It's literally just it's a
Oh,
common
okay.
common word. It's
Okay.
Common, yeah.
Okay.
But at this moment, you can't determine whether it's a word, anything, or you just look at it and it says Zilfa.
Okay. And does it appear in conjunction with any other, like in the context of scrambled sentences, or is it just kind of like scrawled on top of things? Like, how madman is the writing looking?
It's
Scribbling on top of scribblings, or
yeah. So you see various kind of notes that have pictures of like skulls and stuff like that on there, and it just has it written across. Sometimes it's quite elegantly written. Some of them are quite almost like someone slashing. It's all it's a bit schizophrenic.
Do I get the feeling that do I get the sense that someone the person who did this was under some sort has either gone mad or was under some sort of mind control?
Do an insight check for me.
18.
Okay, so because the fact that the notes are all scattered over the table, you can't quite determine whether the person's controlled or mad or anything like that. But what you do notice is that some of them are dated, and they kind of, as you look at the ones that are further back, they are a bit more, elegantly written. And Zilva and all this sort of stuff. But as the dates get closer and closer to now, they're getting a little bit more, rough and ready, as it were. So based upon that, you kind of identify that maybe you're not 100% sure. It could be mad, could be anything.
Okay, I relay this information to the party as my best guess as to what is going on here.
Maybe that's his name.
yeah.
Maybe that is
signature.
maybe that is him.
Yes, but I'm not sure if I want to find him, but I have the feeling we're going to find him.
Laura's
If
gonna
we
be
go
mad.
on.
Whatever we do,
I hope this is the right.
just
captain.
remain on your guard.
Laura's gonna be really irritated if we've like broken into some mausoleum and this
Released all the
is actually where we're
spirits.
supposed to be investigating. Yeah. He
So-
might not partake.
Once you've you kind of looking on what you do notice, there's one specific bit of paper or parchment that is rolled up and has like a bit of wax on it.
How old does it look? Does it look like relatively recent? Is it ancient?
It looks no different to the paper that's around, really. The paper obviously is a determinate age from several months up to now, so it could be probably within any of that time frame.
Okay, so the earliest paper we can identify with the date is only a few months old.
Yep.
Okay. It's good to know. Sylvia's going to open carefully, trying not to break the wax seal. Is there like a signet ring seal?
No,
on the
it's
wax or
literally just a
anything?
wax
It's just
strip.
Scribbled.
Yeah.
Okay. She's going to try and just carefully open it,
Okay.
unfurl it. And her soul comes out of her body, probably. So she's in a jar now.
So you open it up, and there is kind of like there's writing on it. You're not too sure what it says. You can't even understand the writing, but there is writing on there.
Identifiable language at all? More draconic or just
For
incoherent?
you, it's incoherent.
I'll show it to Izar. I'll be like, you can talk languages good. What does this say? Hand him the scroll. See if we
Okay.
can make anything of it.
And yeah, what can I decipher it?
So you do quickly identify that it's draconic. If you roll No, don't need to roll actually. What you do read is that it's an actual incantation.
Ooh.
And the incantation name is called Repel Minion. Let me just quickly find that for you. Got me paperwork.
I'm looking it up as well.
I don't know if it's a real spell. It might just be a homebrew one. So bear with me a second.
Okay. Yeah.
Here we go. Right. So let me read it to you.
Yeah, I'm not.
So it's an incantation. It's the casting time is continual so long as being recited. Yeah. It's a range of 15 foot, and that's around the person casting. Yeah, and it's instantaneous. So whenever the verses of this incantation are being recited, the minions, or whatever minions, will be pushed away from the source by 15 foot by a dome barrier of purple energy. People and other creatures can move freely through the barrier, and it is possible to swing weapons through at the risk of weakening the strength of the barrier. You can also shoot ranged spells and weapons through the barrier, but only one person can do so at a time, as the fast moving objects will cause the barrier to break down. It is possible to hand over the barrier to another party member when that person joins in reciting the incantation, and the original person can stop reciting.
Okay.
And at the
That's
bottom it
handy.
says, it says, these words hold great power over my minions. Was
Yeah, which
heut
word?
Gretsch so.
Could you spell that for me?
VAS. New word. HOIT. New word. GRECH. New word. SO.
Was heut Gretsch so?
Mhm.
Okay. So we have this scroll.
That seems like a good thing to have. All right. Is there anything else of interest in this room?
Yeah, do an investigation check for me, please.
Sure.
Let's see if there's anything.
I'd like to assist her in that as well.
Yeah, so do an advantage then, please. So you're all rummaging around.
So 23.
Okay, so you notice you get yourself about 10 gold in coins.
Ooh.
And some paper and some ink.
Yes. Stuff's expensive. Alright, I will split the gold with the party.
Oh, thank you.
Let's do 12, so it makes it even.
Aw, that's sweet. Thank you. Yay.
Woohoo!
So we each get 4 gold.
Yeah.
Is there another exit of this room? I don't recall that just right now. Or did we just go down
corridor
into the
keep-
room and it's like a room, or does the corridor keep going, or do we have to go back up?
There's no other exits out this room. The only exit is the one you came in.
And did the corridor continue past it? It was
It
kind
did.
of like just an offshoot. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So we could continue our investigation that way if y'all want.
Yeah.
Finish clearing this.
No objections.
All right. Yes. Does the torch seem to burn down like a normal torch would?
It
Can I
seems
tell?
persistent.
Cool. Okay. I lead the way again with my wonderful green torch.
Cool. So as you're making your way around from the... hang on a second.
Oh no.
Okay, that was bad. Okay, so from obviously you got the moss covered things. All of a sudden you hear again the same sound,
Not friendly.
and all of a sudden from the side of the wall out steps a skeleton, and just cracks its neck towards you. Its eyes darting around, and it just looks at you and just starts making its way towards you.
Do you know release?
Not friendly? Is that you?
Does it? Never mind.
Shall we roll initiative? Pat?
Yep. Roll initiative for me, please.
Yay!
15 for Sylvia. Oh no, okay.
It's a natural 1. That is going to put me to 5.
Oh wow, I'm still moving faster than the rogue. 7.
Oh great, I guess it's my turn.
I was still trying to find out if it's not friendly.
Well, don't worry, this skeleton didn't roll very well either, so you're fine. So, Sylvia, top of the round, you see this skeleton kind of pull itself away from the wall. It's encrusted in moss and stuff like that, and it kind of leans toward it. Jaw like hanging to the side like that. Its eyes kind of, as it moves its head, its eyes almost like they're left to behind and then they're back into its socket sort of thing. And you see green coming from its chest.
She sounds great. Sylvia is going to screech, and then she is going to just kind of gargle, say Eldritch Blast, and shoot at it with 2 of her 2 things. Sorry, I'm looking it up.
It's a dex save, isn't it?
2 blasts of Eldritch.
Blasts. Yes, 2 blasts. I make a ranged spell attack against the target.
Okay.
And at level 5 I get 2 beams. So I'm gonna roll those 2d20.
Does she actually scream Eldritch Blast?
Yes. Yes, she does.
Eldritch Blast!
She panicked. She didn't have time for her whole drama thing. I got a nat 20 and a 9.
Oh, well. Okay,
So-
well, you might as well roll your damage for your natural 20.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
So are we just doubling dice for critical hits, or
Yeah,
okay?
Okay.
double your damage for your roll.
With her agonizing blast, does it add that bonus once or twice?
Believe it only. Go ahead, Hap.
Bonuses for each.
What did you roll for damage?
13, but she gets to add her spellcasting ability modifier with the agonizing blast invocation.
Yeah, go
Pretty
for
sure
it.
you only get to add that once.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure. So total then, that's 13 plus 4 is 17 damage.
Is that
And
double?
hopefully not one of our friends.
Is that
That's the
to-
yeah, that's the double.
Okay, cool. So how did you cast your Eldritch Blast? Tell us. What did you do?
Well, again, she screeched and she just kind of threw her hand out and said, "Eldritch Blast!" And a rainbow shoots forth from her hand, the red bandages around her fingers, and faint neighing can be heard, and it just hits him square in the chest, and a purple mist kind of forms around him. There's sparkles, and
I have a little
it's
rainbow
just
shooting
like-
off.
Yeah, little rainbows, like little clouds. It's very cute, and yeah.
Yeah.
Just
So as you
completely
do that,
absorbs into him. And
just kind of screech and cast these kind of one just kind of one obviously that hits just plows into the front of it and it just goes and it kind of shakes and shudders and then just into pieces, and again you see the same incorporeal green figure of a skeleton and disappears up into the ceiling and
okay,
it's gone.
all right.
One shot in fools left and right.
Yeah, I
A little bit shaky.
I underestimated the hit points of these creatures. Right. So that being dispersed of, you continue to go, and as you make your way around, you kind of still kind of you by now you kind of my cat's just made its way out of the house. Okay. You determine that it's at a curve. It kind of spirals around, sort of thing. And as you get closer, you see another door. What is potential a doorway? Hang on a second. Let me just So what you do notice is as you get closer to the door, you're probably about a good 50 foot away, but you notice a horrible, horrible smell. It is disgusting. It literally gets into your nose and it just feels really imposing. It's gone up your nose and you just can't get rid of it.
Guys, maybe the bodies that belong to the souls laying down there?
Do you suppose they've died within 1 minute?
Not
according to the smell.
Not according to the smell.
The incredible amount of rot smell. Doubt it.
I would
Unless
again,
they just were horribly hygienic.
I would again like get close to the doorway and just take a look around the corner to see if all is clear.
Okay, cool. So as you look in, you just see mounds. And then now you start to... The smell is stronger. And you start to hear the distinct sound of... buzzing.
I don't want to go in there.
So go in
I don't have a good feeling about this.
there. Does the corridor continue past the grave room?
It does, yes.
I think we can leave that for now. I don't think anything can be gained by going into that room. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, I'm quite sure
I
that
don't want to go in there though.
Why don't we leave it up to the chat what we do?
Oh no.
I suppose that's one way to do it.
No, as
Very
a group,
dangerous game.
you do. Maybe in the future we'll do some polls or something.
Yeah, I'm okay with passing it by for now.
Okay.
If we want to come back to it, we know where it is.
Everyone else
And-
with the same inkling?
I
or-
do have a very bad feeling about that.
The
I
rumor
kind
has it.
of want to take just a few steps in there and take a quick look around, like taking a deep breath of what kind of fresh air I can get down here, and then like,
Okay. So you
Can
go
I,
in
like-
down in there and have a look?
yeah, I'll take a look around if I can see anything of notice.
Okay,
Can I create with prestidigitation a strange odor, like on? Not strange, but like something to counteract
refreshing
like the smell of
odor.
alcohol. Yeah, something like a little air freshener on the front of her cloak or something, so she can hold that in front.
Yeah, sure, why not? That sounds
Yeah,
cool.
all right.
Yeah.
So,
So as you, all of a sudden on your hood you kind of smell this lovely kind of rose petal smell, and it's a lot better than what the smell you smelt before was. But as you enter the room, you just see the mounds become more visible as there are different corpses. There's corpses everywhere in this room, and there's basically they're kind of all piled up around the edges of the room, and the kind of room sinks down into a kind of like an angle, and in the centre is like a grate where all blood is kind of running down. None of the blood is wet; it's all congealed. You see, not only do you see the corpses, but you just see they're in kind of positions like this, almost frozen. And when you look around, you glance, and the ones that you can see, their eyes are black, just jet black.
oh,
There's limbs, torture devices, everything everywhere, all scattered around the room. The room is horrific.
I want to follow Rose down there, and I want to inspect one of the bodies up close. I want to look for any sort of almost like a puncture wound.
Okay.
Like almost like it was stabbed with a thick rapier sort of deal.
Okay, do an investigation check for me, please.
24.
Nice. So, when you have a look around, obviously there's a lot of partial corpses, full corpses. They're all generally in kind of expressions of like this anguish and stuff like that. They can be hands are raised, or they're just like like frozen in shock and fear sort of thing. There's no discernible puncture marks or anything like that, but what you do see is around the eyes is just a slight green faint glow.
Do I get the sense that this is necromancy? The magic class of this is necromancy.
Roll an Arcana check for me, please.
24 again.
Nice.
Wow.
So
That's back-to-back 17s.
nice. So retracing your memory back for the front of the door, death, skeletons. So that you've determined that this is the art of necromancy, and you've determined that the reason the eyes are black is where the souls are ripped out of the person.
Can I find, while he inspects the corpses, like, we found the paper and the notes in the room before, is there anything like that here? Or is it really just gore?
It's just gore everywhere. Torture devices, limbs hanging from walls, and
Sylvia's
just not
like,
nice.
she stuck her head kind of around to see, and I was like, nope, not going in that room.
Are there any handcuffs? Like, nice handcuffs?
There's obviously there's like arms. There's like an arm kind of attached to a shackle to the wall, just a severed arm hanging there like that.
Yeah, but it's attached to the wall, so I can't take it with me.
No, you got
I
the
do
shackle.
manacles.
Yeah, you got the shackle which is around the arm, and then a chain that connects into like the wall solid.
Yeah, okay, that's no use for me.
What I would like to
I
do.
want to know.
So I'm gonna say. So I look to Rose and Sylvia, and I just say, I believe the answer we're looking for is down this corridor. If we are going to get to the bottom of the case, I think we need to go down here. And I pull out that scroll and I just start chanting, Bas
you're
hoit gretch so, Bas hoit gretch so.
So
And
as you,
just, and then that, yeah.
this this kind of purple dome kind of goes over you, and it surrounds you. You can move, you can talk, but you can't. If you stop chanting the incantation, the shield will drop. So you're going to make your way around, are you?
Do we think that this is one use? Or is it you can use it as many times as...
I feel like it's a scroll, and you can only use it once, but you can keep it going as long as possible, as long as
Yeah.
someone is chanting
So don't
those
stop
words.
is the key, yeah.
So I'm gonna keep chanting those words, and
Okay.
like,
Burning
can
our
will,
our
will
one
it the
scroll badge.
will the can I lower like the volume of my voice though, as long as I'm chanting the words? Can I do like a quiet chant?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, it has
Okay.
no physical effect to the dome. It maintains its 15-foot radius around you. It kind of like creeps up the wall and onto the ceiling, sort of thing, as you're going along.
Okay. So yeah, I'm going to quietly chant those words as I hold the scroll open and we make our way down, or as I start walking down the corridor.
So what you do notice as you're walking down the corridor, all of a sudden the dome starts to push skeletal corpses out of the moss along with you. So it's kind of like they're almost like mounding up as you're pushing
Did it
around.
activate?
Is it like
Nothing.
impeding my walking speed at all? Like,
No.
Like a little bulldozer.
awesome.
Yeah, like a bit of-
No snowplow.
So at this point you've collected about 3 skeletons, and
Are they like awake and trying to eat us, or
they wasn't. All of a sudden you hear the familiar and they all kind of 3 of them kind of climb up, swords in their hand, eyes glowing, and they just start walking, and they're literally just walking into the barrier like towards you.
this is
Not
fine.
friendly, is that you?
Release me, you're looking
So-
swell.
Roll initiative.
Okay. Okay, it's not that bad. It's a 12.
I have a 2. That is with my +1 modifier. Because
I have
rolled one.
I have a 14.
Okay, and okay. So the first person to go is one of the skeletons. So it's like, and just pulls its arm up and kind of literally tries to attack and just boom, against the thingy. Puts his hand down and that's it. That's all it can do.
Dislike.
And then
And
next is Isaac.
I'm just gonna hold tight. I'm gonna keep chanting. I'm gonna keep chanting the
You can't
words.
do anything other
Holding
than
tight.
chanting. Yeah. So next will be another skeleton. Does the exact same thing. But every time they hit it, you just notice it goes and shimmers.
Do I have to make any sort of concentration?
No, because it's a 15-foot radius. They're not getting through to hit you.
Gotcha.
So they're
Okay.
just hitting the shield, and the shield's going shimmering to do it.
Can he tell how sturdy the shield is? Because there was text about it getting weakened over time with attacks going through it.
So as you're
So,
casting and you're doing the incantation, every strike you notice that you feel like it is weakening as it's being cast, as it's being hit. Sorry.
So I look at you two while I'm casting. I'm like, do that.
Boss Hoyt Gretch, so.
Yeah, boss like that. So
So then that
What do you expect
is
me to do? I've got a 1.
Rose's turn.
Okay, so they are all like close enough to the shield around us that I could get into melee range without leaving the shield.
Yes, they are. Yeah, they're kind of almost clambering on to each other, kind of trying to hit them, and kind of get because it's obviously only a 10-foot wide. This thing and there's 3 of them, so they're trying to clamber over each other to get hit. But they're all within 5-foot range of you. If you were to be
Okay,
in melee.
so I am going to pull out my. If I'm going to pull a rapier, am I going to hurt anyone who's because there's so little space? No.
No, you'll be fine.
Okay, so I'm going to pull out my rapier and I am going to attack the one skeleton that has not yet attacked.
Mm-hmm.
And I will get advantage against him
Yep.
because he hasn't had his turn yet.
Yep.
And I'm trying to impale
Okay.
him just
Yeah.
right through.
Roll your attack.
Okay, that is a 22 or a... Yeah, less than 22.
Okay, so 22 hits. Yep. So if you want to roll for your damage, from please.
Okay. That is 8 damage.
Cool.
Wow.
Nice. So that is cool. So you kind of thrust your rapier at you. It kind of reels back, like stumbles, and then toward the shield.
Okay. I'm screaming like, I'm sorry!
Don't hate me, not friendly. It's for your own good.
They seem kind of nice and now they're attacking us.
These are different ones than the ones in the jar, right?
I hope so.
I think
The-
so.
You've got the green kind of glow to their eyes and stuff like that, which looks very similar to the kind of spirits within the jar. But obviously they're attacking you, so
Yeah. Well, and these corpses don't have black eyes, right?
they don't. They're skeletal.
They have eyes at all?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they've got like balls of glowing green that's in their sockets, and it's kind of
Right.
glowing like that. And whenever they move, the head moves, and then their eyes follow back into their sockets, sort of thing.
Nightmares, nightmares.
So it's now the other skeleton, which Rose attacked. It's going to do the exact same thing. All of a sudden, at the very top of the dome, you just hear a crack appearing.
Oh no.
And then it's Sylvia's turn.
Sylvia is
yeah.
going to.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. That's all good. Yes. Sylvia is going to be a little bit more composed this time, thanks to the shield. She's had time to breathe instead of just screeching, and she says, "Light of the Abyss, consume that which attacks me," and cast Eldritch Blast. Again, 2 bolts.
Cool.
One at each of the other 2 skeletons, the ones that went first.
Yep.
And she got a 15 and a 24.
They both hit. Yeah.
They both hit. Okay. So the first one takes 5. They both take 5 damage because I rolled 2 ones. Oh well. Better on the damage than on the.
You cast your spell and you kind of just shoot 2 off like
One
that.
from each hand, yeah.
Yeah, they're straight into them. Reel back and kind of like their eyes kind of like as their head flicks back, their eyes are still down here and they back up and then like and continue up against the thingy, shield.
Great. Fantastic.
And now it is skeleton number 2's turn. Back round again, starting from the top. Again, same thing. But after you've casted, you notice that the dome's cracked even more. The skeleton hits another time, and it starts cracking even further.
Dislike.
And then it is Isaac's go, who obviously is still doing an incantation.
Boss Hoyt Gretzo.
Another skeleton's go. Hits it again, and this cracks go halfway down the actual dome now. And that leads us on to Rose.
Yeah. Is anyone close enough within melee range of those skeletons for me to get a sneak attack?
No, they're all.
Okay.
15 foot back.
That's fair. That's fair.
And you're in a small corridor as well.
Yeah. So I'll just. I have the rapier already drawn, so I'll just go attack the one that I attacked before. With a 23.
It definitely hits. Yeah, roll your damage.
Now there are the good rolls.
It's when you want them in combat.
And it is 8 points of damage again.
Cool. Nice. So you thrust again into the same creature. As you do,
Yep.
the rapier goes through, and you just see the dome even further. But the skeleton you attack just bursts, and again, and the spirit just kind of off into the distance, up into the sky.
Okay, bye.
Cool. Anything else, or are you done?
I do not need to hide or disengage, as we're still within the shield for now, so I guess that will be it.
Okay, cool. And that means it is done that. It's Sylvia's turn.
Sylvia's turn.
That one's dead.
She's gonna shoot the other 2 again.
Cool, go for it.
Same song and dance. A 24 and a 26.
They most definitely
I
hit.
assume both hit still?
Yeah.
Yes. Hooray. The first one takes 13 damage. And the second one takes 13 damage, because those are both 9s.
Oh, nice. So as you cast your Eldritch Blast again, these rainbows shoot out straight into their chest as they're kind of like pummeling on the shield sort of thing. And it kind of like, as it hits them, they kind of like start shuddering and shaking. All of a sudden rainbows come out of their eyes. Like this, and they just both them, and the huge kind of spirits go. And as that happens, the shield just goes and shatters around you.
Shit. Okay.
Is the scroll still there?
The scroll is still there.
It's probably got no response as I'm chanting these words, though.
Are you chanting the words?
Are you
Yeah, I'm
talking
still.
about-
I've been chanting the words this whole
Even after
time.
it breaks, you don't stop. Okay.
So as
Yeah, I
you're
haven't stopped.
as you're still chanting the words, the kind of the shattered, looks like glass around you just starts and starts kind of piecing itself together again slowly as you continue to walk.
So the shield is rebuilding itself slowly?
Yeah,
Is
piece
that
by
what you
piece, like this.
Nice.
said? This is the best scroll ever. Okay.
So
Yay!
obviously you continue going round, and as you
Yes.
head round the last bit, we are continuing. You have made your way towards another room. As you kind of basically as you approach, again on the left hand side there is a little a kind of entrance. However, where all the other rooms have gone, all the other walkways gone all the way around, it's dead end, other than this one entrance.
Any sounds? Any glowing lights? Any weirdness at all?
There's nothing coming from it, no light other than maybe some flickering light of what you'd expect in the rest of the area, like the green. Yeah.
Yeah. Little rogue friend, Rose.
Yes.
Would you like to have a look since you are quite sneaky?
Yeah, I'm going to have a look, and I'll try to be really sneaky as everything is going darker and stranger, and I'd like to really just peek around and take a look and see who's in there, and maybe even go a few steps in there if it's safe so far.
Okay. Yeah, just roll a stealth check there for me.
Okay. 28 again.
Nice. So, as you make your way up and you kind of peek around the corner, and are you going in as well, or are you just looking around the corner?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to look around, and if I don't immediately see anyone, then I'll try to
Okay.
investigate a bit further.
You don't see anyone immediately, so you kind of continue down, and again there's stairs that go in, and as you kind of get a bit more of a visual look of what's around, you just see it's almost like a library. There's books everywhere.
I'm holding the scroll over to Sylvia. I'm like, boss white red soul, boss white. I'm trying to
Are
get
you-
her to grab it.
Are you
Trying to
actually
get her to-
nudging her or anything? Because I'm noticed.
Yeah, I'm
She's
nudging
tuning
you on my
out.
elbow. I'm
Oh,
trying
okay.
to
Like, what? I'm
trying to get her to get chanting it.
Grass boy, hedge woes.
boss white red
boss-
soul, boss white red
boss
soul,
white-
boss white
boss-
red soul.
Yeah. Okay. She picks it up.
So as Isaac kind of passes it on and kind of nudging to you, Sylvia, the kind of
Yeah.
as you get it a bit wrong, it kind of flickers on and off almost like a dodgy light bulb. It's a and then you get into the rhythm and the incantation, and it's solid round.
Okay.
So there's books,
And-
notes everywhere.
I wanna investigate the books, see if there's anything of arcane nature, as well as anything pertaining to what may be going on here.
Okay, so
Anything I think would be relatable.
do an investigation check for me first, quickly.
24. That's another 17.
Nice.
What the fuck?
So
This never happens to me, by the way.
So you look around. Obviously, the room is full of books. There's shelves, kind of tables dotted around. They've got notes, everything everywhere. And you come across one specific book that it doesn't seem to be kind of emanating anything or anything like that, but it's quite. You're drawn to it. So my cat's trying to get in. Bear me a second.
That's what I should have done. I should have gone and grabbed my familiar.
Apologies. Okay, so yeah, you find a book and it's it's more of a notebook than it is like a book, and it's got like obviously more scrawlings and stuff like that in there, more writings and all that sort of stuff. But you notice that it's more of like a diary, kind of explaining and stuff like that. I've let the cat.
No. You're supposed to fix me.
So it's like a diary, and it's explaining kind of this bond that this what you've now determined as a necromancer has. And basically, you find out that there is a bond between a necromancer and something called the underling. And this necromancer is kind of established that the bond enables the necromancers to strip the souls from those he kills, as well as being able to conjure a storm that can kill and trap them in a magically sealed area, i.e. a cavern.
I hold the book up to to Sylvia and Rose, and I say, "This is the answer. This is the answer."
Sylvia's in the zone.
Very like
Clue what you're going
very
on about.
like eyes wide. I'm like very excited like to find this. Like this is what we needed.
That's great, honey. Does it tell us something about how we're going to end it?
Hap.
Plus point, great. So
As you flick through the pages, there's no, as very similar to the notes that you saw back in the other one. It's kind of very incoherent. It starts very coherent to start off with, and it gets more and more incoherent as you read through. There's nothing to tell you how it stops. The only thing is mentioning is Zilfa again and again, and the underling is the key, the bonds, like that, pictures of chains and then skulls and stuff like that. Look at the cat. Look.
You know what really sucks is I have a spell for like to like make it legible to where I can read it, but I didn't prepare it.
Oh
we'll
well.
just go back to town, and then you can
Come
come
back.
tomorrow, and then we'll come back.
No. We are here.
No, of course not. I'm not
As-
talking anyway. I am reciting in the corner.
So
As all of this is happening, I would like to check the library for hidden doorways, because that's what libraries do.
okay, do investigation check for me, please. Investigation.
The primary response is the house.
You're familiar with trying to escape.
That's bad. It's a 12.
There's nothing obvious. I mean, you're looking around in the kind of obvious places on the floor where there might be drag marks for doors or something like that, or oftenly used books or something like that, but nothing discernible.
This is an uncle library, guys.
So as you're flicking through as well, Isaac, you're obviously picking up bits and bits, and what you are establishing, even though it starts to become a bit more incoherent, there is a definite sense of proficiency. Becoming more proficient in the way that he's dealing with these souls and kind of extracting these souls, and basically that he's mastered the process and is preparing to make an army of the dead. You also learn that he's created this cavern for the purpose, and that the cavern has an opening above it into a place known as the Soul Cairn, to where he can amplify his powers tenfold.
And as I'm flicking through this, I'm like, we need to kill this guy quick. No questions asked. As soon as we find him, unleash hell. Unleash hell.
I wonder if all of those nice friendly, not friendlies, and release me to augment his army in the Soul Cairn earlier.
It's very possible.
I had hoped they would help us, because
They
they
might.
don't seem to like him.
Yeah, he's a jerk. So
They might not have a choice in the matter.
I was kind of hoping they'd just, been released, but now I have considered.
And I knocked a whole shelf of them onto the...
Boss
Oh.
Hoyt Gretch so. Boss Hoyt Gretch so.
So, yeah, so you make out these pieces that the soul can and amplify power and stuff like that. And it was structured, and then it's just kind of words. Literally becomes words, like words on a page, power and death and all pictures, stuff like that, bonds and things like that. But you've established that what I've just said. You've established that's what's going on right now. So what are you guys doing?
Is there a map to the soul cairn in the legible part of the book? Did he say you are here, and then here is the soul cairn?
Okay.
Take the second left at the corpse room, and
No, it just says
they never write a map.
the cavern has an opening above to a
Okay.
place called the Soul Cairn. So what are you guys
Wait,
doing?
like,
Boss Hoyt Gretch so.
there, we need to get up. Yeah, and that's what the nice souls told us in their own very particular way, that we need to go up. But is there any other way out of the library, or is it again just a room and we will have to go out?
There's
And go on further.
the only exit is the entrance that you just come into.
Okay.
So we have to go back. Yeah, we have to go back. So this is essentially the ending of that corridor.
Based upon
Okay.
based upon where you are and the fact that it's a dead end and stuff, you just determine there's no other way to go other than back.
And I had a feeling that we came down here for a reason. I just shake the the diary a little bit, and I like put it in my bag, and let's go the other way now.
Sylvia is dancing a bit, looking anguished as she's saying, "Boss Hoyt Gretch so, Boss Hoyt Gretch so," and kind of is like, "Somebody else, please take this over because I have things to say."
I'm going to take the scroll and said like, "Was heute Gretchen? Was heute Gretchen?"
I keep saying it until she's got the cadence of words
Yeah.
down. Okay. I'm gonna say, do we actually want to go to the Soul Cairn where he's 10 times as powerful as normal?
Well, there's no indication that he is actually 10 times as powerful. I would imagine that the amount of souls he would need to gather would be ridiculously high to get that powerful.
Is it not that his power is amplified when he's in that space? That was my impression from the writing. It's like
Did
he's
I-
building this army.
Is that something I would have discerned from that writing?
The fact that his writing becomes more and more incoherent, it could just seem like a phrase, a turn of phrase, but you're not 100% sure if it is a turn of phrase. It could be, it will actually amplify his power tenfold, or it's just of him exaggerating.
Muhahaha, yes.
Yeah.
I definitely feel as if it was an exaggeration.
But what if you're wrong? And what if he is 10 times more powerful, Karen, and we're about to be our eyes, souls sucked through and put into jars? I just
And
think that maybe we should strategize. Rose probably agrees with me.
Was heute Gretchen?
Boss Gretch so, yes. If you agree with me, say Boss Hoyt Gretch so, Rose.
It starts dimming a little bit.
Was heute Gretchen?
I'm not saying don't go, but I am saying maybe we should have contingency plans in place for scarpering if it's not just a turn of fate.
Well,
Sylvia likes being alive, despite the skull motif. It's really just self-expression. It's not actually a wish for death.
it's not a phase, Mom. It's who I am. Let's
Okay,
see.
I'll take it back over
Well,
the road. white redstone. So,
Okay. So what are you doing? You making your way back down the?
Yeah,
corridor?
I think
sounds
we
good,
should
yeah,
make our
let's
way
go
back
down the other
Yeah.
because this is a dead end.
I will continue chanting.
We
We
shall
will.
see what awaits us.
Okay. Bear me a second. Let me just.
Huddled in the dome, I suppose. As we're walking.
It's kind of cozy down here if you wouldn't have to, like, talk all the time.
Okay.
Your
So-
magic purple dome.
You continue to follow it back round the way you came, and then
Rose is
obviously
kind of back already.
you get to the entrance, and then you continue down the corridor where you didn't go. Essentially, same thing. You go down there, but as you kind of turn around, you just see figures standing there.
As we turn around, like where we came from.
No, the corridor you didn't go
Okay.
down. So
As
where
we
you,
come around the corner to see it, there are
yeah,
figures
so
there.
they're standing there, yeah, and obviously as you get a bit closer, they're all skeletal, kind of shielded, speared figures standing there.
Just walk through them. Just walk through them.
Not friendly.
Run through them.
Yeah.
They're gonna.
Just keep on walking.
Okay. Boss white redstone.
So you're just going to keep walking whilst Carter's in, yeah?
Yeah.
Do they look friendly?
Mm.
Do they look like not friendly, or do they
Mm.
come to supplement our numbers for the final
Mm.
They all stand there, and they've got like a little green flicker in the eyes.
Okay. Don't mind us, just passing through. We're here on official business with your boss.
So
Yeah,
as you approach the skeletons, as you kind of the barrier hits this wall, and as you get closer, you notice there's lots all in a line blocking. And as you cast them through, they just and part as you walk down in between them.
Okay.
Absolutely motionless, other than the movement and where they've turned. And as the shield passes the first lot, they go again, and they kind of form rank up again. They just do that. You continue
Are
going
they
around.
facing
They're facing the way.
towards us?
No, away.
Okay.
So you continue around, and
good.
you get past the last skeleton with no issue. So excellent.
Great.
Close it off.
Thanks, release me and not friendly and friends. This
So-
is Sylvia's headcanon. Totally all of our friends back there. Yeah.
So as you pass this,
All the ones I
wall,
knocked off the shelf.
off the wall of skeletons, the wall of skeletal guards, you notice that there is only solid rock around. There's no moss, no fungus, nothing like that, just solid rock, and it kind of still continues to curve, but a bit more tighter than before. You notice towards the end there's a dim light is filtering down the pathway, kind of just ever so slightly, a dull light.
And keep on keeping on. Be ready to cast and stab things. I mean, rich stuff.
I can move out of
Password.
the shield thingy without it being.
You can
Somewhere.
pass through it. Yeah, you can pass through it. It doesn't, because you're not attacking. It doesn't affect
Yeah.
the integrity of the shield.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would maybe then again stealth ahead and check out what is awaiting us at the end of the tunnel.
Okay. Are you just walking, or how are you?
No, I'd like to be sneaky.
Okay. Do another stealth check.
So-
Another stealth check for me, please.
20, not natural.
Okay, cool. So you edge your way around, and as you make your way around, you notice a stairway, essentially, stairway leading up. but in front of that stairway is this levitating spectral figure. Just like, hands kind of to the side. Like this.
Real quick, I would like to use my arcane recovery feature for my class, and I get one of them per long rest, and I get to recover a spell slot spell slots as long as it equals 3 or less.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no problem. So you do that.
So I'm going to recover my used
Fireball.
3rd level spell slot.
Cool, no problem.
Yay.
Okay. There's a
So-
spectral figure.
Yeah, it's a spectral figure. Basically, it's the souls that you saw in the jar. Obviously, were kind of incorporeal and they were kind of floating around. This looks like it's like built up of those souls, not specifically those ones, but built up of many souls. So it's standing there, just like levitating like this. It's green and it's kind of like flickering and waving, but you often see faces coming out of its chest and out of its arms and just like. And just horrible sound of like exhaling and inhaling kind of echoing through the air, and it stands there levitating.
Does it seem like it would attack if it see me, or is it obviously a guard?
You don't know at this point. It's just standing there. You can do an insight check for me. It'd be with a disadvantage, seeing as it's some
Yes.
sort of incorporeal vapor.
Amalgamation.
Oh god. It's an 11.
You can't determine. It's got no facial features. It's structured like a humanoid, but where obviously features are or anything like that is nothing there. It's just a shape of a humanoid. However, when it obviously tapers down towards its feet, there's nothing there. It's just kind of like you just see like almost like smoke kind of drifting downwards sort of thing, and it's levitating there just. But what you do notice is as that's happening, the air begins to chill. It gets colder
Okay.
and colder.
And it was already
And then-
kind of chilly in here,
Yeah.
right?
And then
I would like to. I can use the thaumaturgy cantrip, and I would like to on the other end, not where I am standing, but where I would like to make a sound like just footsteps or something, but in the other direction to see if the guard thingy reacts on it.
up the stairs behind it.
Yeah, just so that it's not leading to me, obviously, but just to see if it does react on sound or anything.
So you kind of cast this spell, and you make this. Is it fast paced? Is it slow? Is it like walking? Is it running?
It's more slow. It's like as if something is trying to sneak past it, but not good enough for it to not hear it.
Okay. So
Sylvia.
you cast a spell. There's a sound, an obvious sound of someone moving, and the spectre just goes, and it kind of, rather than turn, it kind of just, its body kind of turns itself. Do you know what I mean? It kind of like, so where its hands were levitating there, now they're levitating behind it. So as if like it's just turned itself inside out the other way around. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's just standing there
Creepy.
like this. And it stands there for a bit longer. And it back the other way, facing towards you guys. Well, not specifically you, because some of you are around the corner.
Yeah, I'd go back to my friends and tell them about what I just saw and be like, it did react on sound, but it did not go and see with whatever eyes it doesn't have. So, I mean, I would think it is a guard, but I'm not sure if how we're gonna get past this.
Boss Hoyt Gretzo. Boss Hoyt Gretzo. Boss Hoyt Gretzo.
I'm taking over this scroll for a moment so Sylvia can talk.
I
Boss
never
Hoyt
even
Gretzo.
did. Let's see. Boss Hoyt Gretzo. We could just leave. Door is that way. I mean, we have a notebook.
Then we're not fulfilling the contract.
What was the contract? The contract was cavern, lightning, handsome gold.
No handsome gold if we don't stop what's going
If
on.
we don't what? If we don't lightning cavern? I mean... Anyway, okay, fine. No, we can't, obviously. This is horribly evil. Stop. Do I have any idea? I just like to think about running away when I'm very stressed. Do we have any idea what might that strange spectral figure that Rose has described be? We arcane types. Can I roll some sort of
Yeah,
knowledge
I'll
check
do
for
an
that?
Arcana check. Yeah.
Sure.
Can I do the same?
Yeah, sure.
That's
We'll
a
do it. We'll just do it as
14.
advantage, shall we? Or
Alright, go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Sylvia.
That's a 20, not natural.
cool. So you've not seen them before, obviously, but you've heard of them before. They are called necrospecters. They are amalgamation of a multiple souls, very kind of lots and lots, and that's what gives them their kind of physical form, in as it were, other than being incorporeal. But they're kind of built up from various souls, and as you can probably determine, they are of a guard variety. They're there to stop anyone passing up.
Okay.
Guys, I could just try the same thing as with the guard in the town.
Are you still chanting, though?
So as you say that, the shield just goes pew, and drops, and you just ask the question, and you realise, and then you start doing back up again.
No, I do not.
Steven's like, I'm not sure he's gonna go for that.
I do not suggest that course of action.
Was I Gretchen?
We'll call that plan B.
Was I Gretchen?
Do I know anything about what's effective on getting past or destroying these sorts of guards, or releasing the souls that they're made of? Because it's obviously some sort of horrible necromantic magic, which I am against. For other reasons.
Have you approached closer, or are you just kind of looking around the corner as well?
No, I'm just, that was more directed at GM. Like, do I know anything with that knowledge check about, like, fire is super effective, or
you know,
nicely, it'll let you through.
you know what they're immune to.
That would be helpful.
They're
What are
immune
they
to
immune
charmed and sleep effects.
Ah, okay.
So no one can charm them or butter them up with gold pressed across their palms.
Oh, okay. So I'll be like, oh yeah, that's definitely not gonna work. Rose. They are immune to charming. Curse them for having competent guards who aren't easily swayed. Unlike our town.
Yeah.
It's hard to find good help nowadays.
Are they sentient then? Or
No.
no? Okay.
What you do notice as you're kind of looking at, you notice your flame start to die down,
Really?
and the light around becomes dimmer, and it gets colder, and almost haunting kind of feeling.
Maybe we just need to blast it with magic and then go kill the necromancer. What do you think, Isaac?
I don't think there's any way to sneak around it,
No.
especially if it was conjured for guarding. I think the best course of action is to engage in combat and try and inflict as much damage as we can from a distance before it gets close to us.
Rose looks excited, so I'm going to take over the chanting. That's quite good, so.
I can be super effective if we're able to surprise it.
Ooh.
Take the first shot then.
It was a part of my training. I'll try to. We can try to get rid of it.
Boss Hoyt Gretchen.
Let's do it.
All right then. And I would try to like be the first one again and like sneak up on it again and then just like backstab. Woo! if I can do that.
Okay, as you're about to
And-
do that, you do notice that the torch of Sylvie just disappeared, and all of a sudden you just hear. And the arms just, and it just kind of, what you can determine looks around the room as it's kind of starts to feel some sort of mortal presence. So you can do a stealth check, but it's in a very tight environment, so I'd say you do a stealth check with disadvantage because it is literally now aware of something around it.
Looking around.
Okay. So one is 25 and the other is 17.
Okay.
Wow.
So you do manage to kind of sneak around it, but it's like looking around, scouting around like this, and you just the face is coming off it again, and it almost like they're trying to escape and get pulled back down into its kind of body, sort of thing. And as you kind of sneak around, because you've got 17, I'm going to say as you sneak around, you see the faces coming up because it's a small area still. Remember, the faces are kind of up to your face, sort of thing, back down again. And you want to do a sneak attack, yeah?
Yes. I just for a moment wanted to talk to the faces again. But
All right, no, that's fine. Go for it. Do what you want.
Yeah.
But remember,
It's
if
like,
you do this now, I'll just say if you do that now, then you won't be able to do a sneak attack because you're taking an
Yeah, I
action to
know.
talk.
I know,
It's
I know,
entirely
I
up to
Do
you.
know.
whatever Rose would do.
Yeah.
Do whatever Rose would do.
Rose would talk to the
Talk
faces,
to the faces.
and be
Do
like,
it.
I'm gonna ready firebolt. I'm readying
Um,
firebolt.
and just be like, if we help you and release you, will you let us pass by?
So, as you do that, another face comes out and goes, "Release me." Just sinks back in again.
Release me, it's you.
We found you at last.
And I would, if it doesn't do anything right now, I will just try to like get past it and up the stairs.
So as it says, as you hear the release me, you just hear a high-pitched scream, real high-pitched scream, and where he was standing like this, he just turns and faces you, Rose.
I release
the whole thing.
I release firebolt. I release firebolt as soon as he does it.
Okay, do you? What? Go
It's
for it.
I roll to attack.
Go for it.
Wait, did it attack me? Or what did it do?
It
No.
turned to face
It
you,
turned to
They just
face
turned
you.
to face you. 'Cause,
Okay.
Yeah.
and he was
Okay.
waiting for
15?
backup, essentially.
15 just hits.
Just hits. Oh, thank God. All right, so that is what is that? That's 2d10.
Wait, are you also boiling me?
No, it's a direct attack.
Oh, okay.
Firebolt, not fireball.
Oh, firebolt. No.
They're
And
very
that
small.
is it's going to be 14 points of fire damage.
Nice. So as you cast your fireball and shoot it out at the creature, it hits it and it kind of like reels almost, when you just see kind of bits of spirit disappear off and kind of go up into the air, sort of thing, and it's and turns around to faces you, Isaac, and then everyone roll initiative for me, please.
Okay.
I think it's been.
Do I need to roll if
I
I'm
think
down?
it's
I guess.
no longer surprised.
10.
Is that a 20 or a...
That's a 20.
Okay.
20 for Isaac, yeah, and a 10 for Rose. Was it? Yeah.
Yep.
And you got a 2
Because
again.
I'm rolling terribly today.
You got a 2. Oh my god.
Another nat 1. I know, it's terrible.
Okay.
That's okay, I'm just chanting anyway.
So obviously Isaac's had his go, but as it's now his turn again.
I'm just gonna lob another fire bolt at him.
Mm-hmm.
Nat 20.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Nat 20. Okay. So, we're just doubling the hit die, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
18.
Nice.
Still nice. So
Yeah, 18 points of fire damage, and I'm going to how big is the room you said?
it's slightly bigger than the corridors, so it's probably about, I'd say probably about 30 foot wide. So it's a bit bigger.
If I use my movement, do you think I would be able to get to a spot on one of the walls, like the furthest away from him?
Yeah. So as you approach from the corridor into, it's kind of, I'd say it's 30 foot wide and about 40 foot deep. So you could probably put yourself in one of the. You'd still be about 30 foot away from him, though.
That's fine. The furthest I can get away from him, but also maintaining vision.
Okay, yeah, about 30 foot. You can put yourself in a corner as you come out into the room, either side, left or right.
Maybe a step or two out from the corner, so I'm not trapping myself.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Yeah, move there. Excellent.
Are you trying to stay inside the minion repellent barrier? Your
At
first
this
spell from
point,
there.
I stepped out of it. Yeah, I stepped out of it into the room because I was readying I readied my firebolt.
Right. So really, it's just.
I'll leave that up to the DM if I stepped out or if I cast it from within the.
Well, you would have cast it twice within and then moved. So
okay.
But the fireball's going through it obviously has diminished the power of the shield, but it's not broken it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Sylvia is looking very confused because she's not sure if she should be following people and ensconcing them in the barrier again, or dropping the barrier and just using magic. So she's just kind of by herself.
So you just see
Muttering
Isaac
afraid.
kind of, as soon as the spectre turns to Rose, you see Isaac just throw a fireball, and then is it fireball or firebolt? Firebolt, isn't it?
Firebolt.
One firebolt and then another firebolt straight through, and it goes, and as it hits it twice, it's just multiple souls just kind of off it and kind of disappear off into the roof again, and it just again it's focused now on Isaac. So Isaac's had a go. It is now. What's your dexterity, Rose?
My dexterity is +4.
Okay, you go first.
Okay. It seems angry and attacky. Does it?
You can't determine whether it's angry, but it's definitely probably going to be very attacky.
Okay. So I'm taking out both of my daggers because I think with a dagger, because it's finesse and everything, I can attack twice. Like for my bonus action.
Yeah, with finesse you can. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I'm just gonna take out both of my daggers and be like, I wanted to talk to you. Why do you keep attacking me? And I'm going to attack it.
Step.
Stabby step.
Steppity step.
Go for it.
Okay.
Roll for attack.
The first one is 9. The second one is 12.
They both miss, I'm afraid. So as you kind of say that and you stab towards it, it's kind of almost like its spiritual form just kind of parts as you're.
And Rose is just like, I mean, I do not even really want to hurt you, but you're mean to my friend.
So it literally pays you no heed at all. You kind of stab at it, you completely miss it, and it's just still staring at Isaac.
It just doesn't even know that you're trying to kill it. It's like,
I keep screaming it. And then that's my turn.
Okay. So it's the Spectre's go. So he's faced at Isaac. He's just kind of standing there. Isaac just sees like rose up. Like this. And it just kind of stands there and it kind of raises its arms. And then all of a sudden it's where its face is, what you can determine its face, all of a sudden a mouth starts appearing and it just opens massive and it keeps going down its body like and it just screams at you like this, and it casts an ability called Psychic Wave, and it's a 19 to hit.
Give me 1 second.
Me or Isaac?
Isaac, I think.
Isaac.
Okay.
It doesn't even think you're a threat, Rose. You're just fanning it slightly with your daggers.
Can I dang it. You already said what it was that hit. I wanted to cast counter spell.
You can cast counter spell, yeah. You can cast it whenever you want, that's fine.
Okay. Well, I didn't know how you want to do it because you had already said what it was to hit.
Well,
But
I just said
to...
yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
That's not a
I
problem.
would like to cast a counter spell.
Mm-hmm.
And what that does is it needs. Was the spell a 3rd level or lower?
It was just a ranged attack. Oh no, yeah. So you can't. No, sorry. Yeah, it's not a spell. Beg your pardon. Sorry.
Okay.
It's just a ranged attack. Beg your pardon. Sorry.
Okay. So yeah, 19 hits.
Okay. Good idea if I read the text that I've written, isn't it? So it does 7 psychic damage.
Ouch.
It kind of opens this huge mouth and it just like this horrible kind of screech. It sounds like all the souls scream in unison, kind of, and it just hits your head and it just rings in your head and you go, holding your head, and it's a horrible sound. And you take 7 points of psychic damage.
Okay. I'm still okay. For now.
And that's
You
it.
have like 3 hit points left, right?
It is now Sylvia's turn. What's Sylvia
Judgment
going to
call
do?
time. Nobody else is in this barrier with her.
Mhm.
She's going to drop it.
Okay.
She's
So
going to use.
you stop and
does that take an action? Does
No.
that take an action? To
you
stop?
just stop
Okay.
talking. So I'll do it as a.
Talking and-
Yeah, I'll just do it as like a interaction sort of thing because you're interacting with this bit of paper. So we'll just do it as an interaction.
Okay. She's going to drop it, and then she's going to cast Eldritch Blast
Okay.
again with full rainbow effects. 2 bolts.
2 bolts.
First is a 19 to hit, and the other is a 12.
So the first one hits, the second one misses.
Okay. And that is 12 damage.
Nice.
Nice.
Rainbow
Nice.
iridescence.
So that's okay. Excellent. So you cast one, and one just goes over the head of it, and just ping into loads of little rainbows over against the wall, sort of thing. And the other one just plows into it again. This is just literally at the same time that it's casting this psychic thing, and as its mouth opens, it hits it, and it kind of after it's cast, it reels and just kind of more kind of spirits off into the distance. It's just standing there now. It looks a bit less robust. Do you know what I mean? It looks a bit more transparent now. It's not as opaque as it was. It's kind of like standing there and kind of flickering and kind of shuddering and standing there, still levitating. And now it goes round to Isaac. Your go, sir.
So after the ringing after the ringing stops in my head, I pull myself together, and I snap my finger, and I throw another firebolt at him.
Okay.
And that's only going to be a 14 to hit.
That misses, I'm afraid. So as you kind of
And
still reeling ever so slightly, just throw that fireball, it just fizzles off against the wall. Sorry, go on.
I didn't take my drink of water before I rolled.
That's the key, huh?
Yeah. So did you want to do something else, or were you just saying you...
Well, is there anything I can do as my bonus action? There's nothing else I can really do. I'm going to, I guess I'll just send Lemieux. I'm going to send my familiar Lemieux over towards those steps and just have him hang out over by the steps.
Okay.
Cool.
To keep him out of danger.
Yeah.
And then I will, and that's going to be it for my turn.
Cool. Okay, Rose.
I
Your turn.
keep stabbing. I haven't even stopped stabbing.
Okay. Go for it. Roll
No,
for your
I mean,
Oh.
I mean that's what rogues do. I don't have like many options. Oh, that's good. It's a 22,
Yeah.
Nice.
and the other one is a 25.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Both of them
Stabby
hit.
stab, pokey poke.
Yeah, both of them
Stabby
hit.
stab. So these are 9 points of damage.
Okay.
Nice.
So this time, when you but you seem to strike true this time, and you kind of, rather than kind of stabbing, just slicing it, just as you're doing it, because of the transparency of the form, and the form doesn't seem to be holding it, kind of small souls keep popping away, sort of thing, and it's getting more and more transparent now, and it's just kind of almost like its shape. It's desperately trying to hold its shape together, but it just seems to be struggling a bit. Nice.
Encouraging.
Yeah,
So-
that's it for me.
So it's the Spectre's turn. So basically, after getting attacked by everyone and almost like horrifically mauled, as it were, it just switches to Rose and stares at her, and just all of a sudden the mouth opens again. God, this huge scream comes firing out at you, and
This is that same thing he did to me, correct?
yeah,
Yeah.
and is 11 to hit.
That does not hit.
You just kind of shrug it off. It's just kind of, it goes right through you. You can feel a kind of a presence. It goes right through you, and it just kind of like its form's not strong enough, and it can't project the kind of the energy as it once did against Isaac. It just stands in, it's like still holding itself, like and wheezing, and ever so often another spirit would just disappear off into the ceiling. And that brings us to Sylvia.
Eldritch Blast. 2 nat 20s.
Oh my god.
What?
2 nat 20s. I don't know if I can
Wow!
without it like turning. Ah, it ran. They were both nat 20s
Wow.
though, I promise.
Oh my goodness.
Both of them.
So how do you want to do this?
Kelly appears in a flash of light and says, "Oh, hello," and then explodes it.
So
Does that work?
yeah, why not? Let's do that.
Unicorns! Kelly!
Oh my
And
gosh.
Sylvia's like, "No! Nobody can see. Nobody look. Kelly, go away." Yeah, so it's a total. And plus 9, it's 19 plus 8, 27 damage.
That's for one hit, right?
That was for both of them, right? No. Yes, that was it. That was 4d10
Cool.
plus
Okay.
8 for the 2 agonizing blast.
So 4d10, and then did you two for one and two for the
Yeah,
other?
you
Yeah.
get
Because you
Yeah.
double them, don't you? And has that doubled?
I double them.
Okay.
Mhm. That's double.
Cool.
Yeah. So
Excellent.
total
Well,
27.
I don't even know why I'm asking that question. It doesn't really matter.
I hope I didn't have 27 hit points. Yeah.
So, okay. So, is that Eldritch Blasters again? Was it?
Yes, Eldritch
Yeah.
Blast.
Okay. So, explain to me how you kill this Necrospectre.
I don't even know. It's just a blinding, just more power than even Sylvia seems to anticipate. Just bursts out of her hand, and a galloping rainbow unicorn seen running through the rainbow with clouds of purple and pink mist. And there is gentle neighing in everybody's ears, and she just like runs through it and then dances with it up into the sky as it disappears into nothingness.
Okay, so you kind of standing there and you've seen this thing kind of almost, you see Isaac holding his head before and everyone trying to attack it, and you cast this spell and then just everything seems to slow down and you just hear this, and from the distance comes this rainbow unicorn galloping behind and comes through, and as it kind of like circles around the spectre kind of like watching it in slow motion, and it kind of gathers it up in rainbows and sparkles as it, and then all of a sudden as it goes off in distance you just hear in a unison free, and just, and rainbows rain from the sky onto the floor, and the Necrospectre is no more.
I'm still getting
Yeah.
over 2 nat 20s. Holy cow.
Hey guys. Sylvia looks mortified. She's like trying to gauge if anybody else saw the unicorn or if it was just her.
Rose is staring at you with like sparkly eyes and being like, "That was so pretty."
No, I think that I think you're confused.
No, I love it. It has the same color as me.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! She's just gonna go crouch in the corners. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Kelly, why?
Girly, why ain't nothing but a rainbow?
Now we need a cover of that.
Oh,
Yes,
goodness.
Kelly,
we
why?
do. Okay,
Okay, that was pretty
Wow.
cool though.
we can ascend the stairs.
Yep, if you so wish. So you can, as you're ascending the stairs, you can hear obviously lightning and thunder kind of crackling up, and you can start to feel a wind kind of rushing down, just kind of hitting you and stuff like that. And you,
Like outdoorsy wind, like
Yeah.
rain.
yeah,
Okay.
you can hear. There's no rain, but you can kind of hear crackling of lightning and thunder and stuff like that.
Like we're getting closer to the outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys, so I've made my way towards, kind of like towards the entrance of the stairs where the where I had Lemieux placed. Is anybody there with me?
As in the party? I think
No,
you're
as
there.
in like, as in the party.
It depends on how far we already went, like up the stairs.
Did we already go up the stairs?
I think we were, and that's why there's.
We're on our way.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I would like to again grab the nearest person's like shoulder, just like put my hand on their shoulder as kind of a guide, and send Lemieux skittering up the steps to see what I see.
Okay.
Okay. So as Lemieux makes his way through the legs of everyone and kind of patters up the stairs, gets up to the top, and as he exits the musty cavern, he sees in front of him an unholy scene of terror. The sky is pulsing with the same storm-like green lightning, and far in front of you there is a shrine built into the mountain. Monoliths 23 feet tall adorn the edges in a circle around a depression in the rock. At the centre of the bowl stands essentially a figure, 8 feet tall and bursting with magical energy as the power is building up inside him. Green lightning arcs across his body and his eyes glow in an ethereal blue glow. He and the bowl are surrounded by a green dome arcing with the same energy that is coursing through the necromancer. Around the dome stands 9 towers, 4 of which have hideous dark figures perched atop, channeling their energy into the dome. So you see like a going into the dome.
About how big of a circle around would you say this is?
I'd say it's probably no greater than 20 foot around.
I got an idea.
Between so as Lemieux obviously continues to look between him and the dome, there is countless tiny forms, skeletal in appearance and about 3 foot tall, and they move in rapid bursts of motion, kind of around everywhere, and you kind of can't keep a bead on them simply. Their eyes glow green as well, and as soon as they, and then obviously the eyes are just kind of floating around and stuff like that.
How far from the top of the stairs are we? Are we just have we caught up to Lemieux?
So if you've followed, you've caught up to Lemieux now, and I can release and I can see everything, right? Yeah. If that's what you guys want to do, if you want to make your way up together, is that what you're doing?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I put Rose and Sylvia behind me, and I say, I'm gonna attempt to take out all 9 of those figures at once.
There's only 4.
I'm gonna take out all 4 figures at once.
Are you seeing double? Is everything okay with you?
Cats can't count, and so
He's too busy looking to the
True.
west.
Yeah. My eyes are still all messed up from the psychic blast.
So as you're saying this,
But-
those small skeletal figures that are kind of jumping around, their eyes glow green, and as soon as you set foot on the ground outside the cavern, so as you get out, a sea of glowing eyes just go towards you like this.
It doesn't matter. I'm pulling out sulfur and bat guano.
So they do that, and as they do,
going to. Yeah, go ahead.
so as they do that, a deep booming voice commands, "Bring me their souls."
Okay, Shang Tsung. All right, so
Sylvia
I don't-
would like to begin the incantation once again.
before she does that,
Or simultaneously,
I've got the
I'm just saying.
bat shit in I got the bat shit in the sulfur. I clap both ingredients together and emit a huge fireball, and I blast it right into the middle. Try and get right into the middle of that circle with the 4 figures that are channeling, making this dome over Big Guy.
Well,
Okay.
he's doing that. Boss White Gretch, so.
So
Boss White Gretch, so.
so they all have to make dex saves. And are they how thin are the tops of these things? Because it is like a boom. Would it knock them off?
There are literally, it says they are. There's 9 towers, and they're about 25 foot tall. These towers, and they're kind of standing or dotted around, so they're kind of 25 foot off the ground, and they're slightly levitating as well. So they're kind of another foot or so off the ground, and they're kind of just channeling.
So, but I have room to cast that, just that in fireball, right in the middle of them.
Yeah, you can most certainly try. So the dex saves, yeah.
Well, yep. Dex save. They have to be.
What's the
15.
radius of that?
20 feet.
Radius
Okay.
or diameter is 20.
It's a 20-foot circle. Like, if you were to take a circle 20 foot in that
So-
covers 20 foot.
So
If
the
you were
diameter
to,
is
yeah,
Yeah, the diameter.
If you were to cast that, it would hit the pillars, but it wouldn't hit the people on them because they're about 26 foot up high, so it wouldn't reach up.
Well, I was aiming like right in the middle of them.
Right,
Because
okay.
it's like a sphere.
Like
It's like a
Yeah.
sphere. It's like a 20-foot sphere.
Okay.
It's like
yeah.
a explosion.
Okay. So dex saves, yeah.
cool.
Yep.
What's the DC on it?
15.
Okay. So 2 of them make it, one with a nat 20, and 2 of
Okay.
them do not.
So the ones that save take half damage. And that one's not as good as the last one. So there's 5, 10, 12, 15, 21, 23, 26 damage. So 13 for those who saved, 26 for those who did not.
Nice.
Cool. So sorry, what was that again?
26 for those who did not save, and
Mhm.
13 for those that did.
Okay. So as you do that, 2 of them they're like kind of like material, like in the shape of a humanoid, and they're kind of flapping, a bit like the Death Seekers, and it's like, and it's kind of channeling this kind of energy. 2 of them just kind of like almost the whole material just bursts into flames, and 2 of the beams disappear. But the other 2
Cool.
still remain, going kind of unperturbed by the whole thing. You know, just focus on their goal.
Okay. And that's going to be it for my surprise round.
So as that's happened, these eyes have locked all onto you, and they're starting to scurry towards you now, all of you.
Did
And
Sylvia get the barrier up, or does it take a few?
no, that's
like,
fine.
just
You'll
take
just
around
do it
and-
as soon as the incantation begins. It comes up. So if you'll all roll initiative for me, please.
Certainly.
I'm going to eat this die. Because it is no use. I have 8 initiative.
I have 5 initiative.
I have 18.
I'm supposed to be the sneaky and fast one. Oh
You are
god.
faster than Sylvia.
And how many of these little things are there?
So there's loads around, but they're kind of coming at you in waves. So there's like 3 to start off with.
There's 3 of them. Okay.
3 little things that kind of like running towards you. But they're kind of really it's quite unsettling. They're kind of really small skeletons, but they're kind of hunched over, and they're kind of pulling themselves towards you. They've got legs, but they're trying to pull themselves like this towards you.
Mm-hmm.
And as they do so, in obviously initiative order, they just run straight through the shield.
Oh no.
They run straight through the shield.
Yeah.
Ah, crap. Okay.
So they run straight through the shield. Let me just quickly do a. Okie dokie. So, Isaac, it's your turn, sir.
So they're pretty much. Did they have to dash towards us?
They
Is
just
what that was?
yeah they just kind of move towards you and just straight through the shield.
Okay. So knowing that, I'm going to cast Magic Missile at the 2nd level, so I get 4 missiles.
Cool. Yep, go for it.
And you said there's 3 of them.
Yep.
I would like to have 1 each, and then the 4th missile go hit one of the casters maintaining the barrier on the big guy.
Okay.
It's going to be 4 on the first one. I rolled 3 3s at a. So it's 4 damage on the first, 4 on the second, 4 on the third, and 2 on the barrier guy.
So as you cast your missiles, they kind of straight towards the enemies you targeted. The 3 small little things just explode into kind of dust and bone. And the other one, how much did you say hits the other one for?
2 damage.
So again, it strikes it. It seems not affected. It's just channeling away still. So as that happens, there's
Cool.
4 more of those skeleton things. They're called skeletons, by the way. I just said it. They're kind of coming towards you. Let me just quickly. So as the 4, let me just double check because. Oh, okay. So as they all run towards you, all 4 of them again break through, and as they all break through, they try to jump onto Sylvia. So,
Aw.
are you doing the incantation, aren't you? Yeah. So they're trying to jump onto
Yes,
you,
I am.
Sylvia.
Okay.
If you could give me some strength saves, please. 4.
Strength saves, you say?
Yep.
Okay. Sure. Let's see how we do. 7 and 17, 12 and 4.
So cool. So as they kind of jump through, and they all 4 of them leap up. 2 of them just kind of like completely miss and just blow up as they kind of miss you completely. The other 2 latch onto you, and they kind of like
Great.
scratching and clawing at you and stuff like that. And they deal 6 points of damage.
Harumph. 6.
Yeah. Kind of loads of little needly finger, like needle claws, like scratching it and biting at you and this sort of stuff.
Yeah. Do not like.
Cool. And that means it is now Rose's turn.
Okay, I have no idea where exactly I've been, but I think I've been close to Sylvia.
Yeah, you're just out of the entrance from where you walked up the stairs.
Yeah.
So you're inside the.
Yeah, so now as I notice those stupid guys attacking my friend, I'll go straight at the one closest to her. Just like go dagger dagger.
Okay. Go for it.
Okay. An 18 and a 24.
One of them hits.
Okay. Do I get sneak attack on that one?
Yes, because they're currently indisposed by gnawing and biting at Sylvia at the moment.
Okay, so it's
At the
8
moment.
damage for the normal one, and I'm gonna roll sneak now. That's another 10 of sneak damage.
Cool. So as you kind of sneak up behind one, it's like gnawing, scratching at Sylvia, and she's kind of still doing an incantation. Like Sylvia, you just see this blade thrust through the skull of one of these small little creatures, like right in front of you, like that, and he just goes, and just falls down. The other one's still on top of you, though.
Whose turn is it now?
It
Yeah,
is-
but-
sorry, it's now your turn, Sylvia.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, okay. I'm going to stop the useless incantation that is not helping anybody. And can I Eldritch Blast the one that's noshing on me somewhere? Like,
You can, yes. It's
Or-
it's currently grappling you,
So is that,
but
like,
because
disadvantage?
yes, you can still cast. Obviously, it's not a ranged spell, is it? Because
It's a ranged attack.
it's a ranged
I
attack.
rolled a
So
hit. Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Or I could like
Because
punch it or something.
yeah, you could. I think if you were to cast Eldritch Blast so close, I think that you'd
Singe myself.
yeah, personally.
Yeah,
but,
no, that's fair. No, that's fine. Okay, she's going to just try and knock it off of herself.
okay, just
So
make
is that
an unarmed.
strength check?
Yeah, just do a strength check if you're trying to pull it off, or it's just like ungrapple yourself. Do a strength check
That's a
for me.
4.
It's still on you, I'm afraid. You kind of grab it, but it's because it's so kind of moving around you, like it's just,
strong.
it's like grabbing on you, and it's kind of crawling its way around, like and kind of clawing at you
This is
into it.
horrible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And now
Great.
it's back to Isaac.
So Sylvia only has there's only one of the skeleton things left.
Yeah,
Only.
on her, there is still
On
more
her,
kind
that's
of
what I mean.
around everywhere. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to cast magic missile again at second level, so 4d4, and I'm going to again go for. I'm sending one missile for the one on her shoulder,
Mhm.
and the other 3 I'm going to hit the one I already hit once, and then the other one twice.
Okay. Good.
Sylvia.
Okay, that one wasn't as good. So 2 damage to the creature on Sylvia, and then 2 damage again to the one that I hit before, and then 5 damage, then 5 damage to the one I haven't hit with magic missile yet.
Okay. So the obviously little thing on Silver just full burst. And then as you hit the 2 creatures on the top, again they're still there, but what they do is they kind of like shake and kind of phase out of existence and just kind of puts themselves further away on the further pillars. They kind of just phase shift, like almost like kind of like they separate themselves and disappear and appear like over the other
Okay.
side.
Great.
And now is that everything?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Cool. Okay. So now it is the little creature's turn. There's some more that kind of make their way. Let me just see how many there are. Okay. So there's one. One just kind of breaks from the pack and starts making its way towards you, Isaac. And it jumps up
Okay.
on top of you. So if you can make a strength check for me, please.
11.
That passes, and you just kind of grab it and throw it to the floor, just along the floor. Okay, so as this was going on, you
Thank
just
goodness
see
for +1.
just the storms brewing, as kind of energy pulsing everywhere. Just hear this horrible kind of hum as it's coming from this shield. It is now Rose's turn again.
Alright, so there are still 2 guys casting that shield.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna put my daggers away, pull out my short bow from my back, and just like trying to get that one down.
Cool.
Like
yeah.
the one who already was hit, I guess. One
They're
of them was
both they're
already
both hit.
Yeah,
So whichever
the one closest, the
Okay.
one I'm gonna like
Okay, go for it.
nicely get. That is a 19,
That hits.
Good hit.
Does hit. Yeah.
right? And it does make 9 damage.
Cool. So as you kind of put your daggers away, pull your bow out, and it just sails, and it just concentrates, and it just through the kind of the cloth material, and it just floats down across and drapes across the top of the pillar it's standing. And there's only one now. And you see the green shield that's around in the middle just kind of flicker and kind of almost not holding its own kind of like under its own energy anymore. Cool. Then
Good hit.
Sylvia's turn.
Good hit.
All right, and how close is that last one that's casting?
I'd say probably
What's
about
the range?
30 foot away.
All right, going to Eldritch Blast it
Cool.
with a nat 1 and a 14.
One hits. The other one, as you can imagine, doesn't.
No. That is 14 damage.
Nice.
Okay, so as you cast one, the first one zooms off into the distance and hits into one of the pillars. And the pillar just starts shaking like this and starts coming towards you.
Okay. Would you like me to roll a dexterity save?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. Let's see. That is a natural 20.
Oh my goodness, excellent. So as you cast the first one, it just goes off into distance. Like when you try to throw something, it just goes off somewhere way laid and just hits into the pillar and just starts falling down. You just see it and as you do that, you just cast your other one and it goes underneath the pillar as it's coming down and strikes into the other thing channeling. And how much damage did you say?
It was 14.
Okay, so as you do that and you kind of deftly kind of and it strikes it just so as it does that the shield
Nice.
goes down like this and all the little creatures that are running towards you, their eyes just turn off and it and all shatter along the floor. And there was like the dome's gone but there's steam and smoke in the middle.
Okay.
So
That was exciting.
So obviously as you just kill the last it's called an underling. It's underling ghoul. So as you kill the last one, it's the kind of there's a kind of glow, aura glow that appears inside the inside where the dome was. And just all of a sudden a green kind of you all feel it and all see it. Let me just find my paper. Where is it? Sorry.
No worries.
Immersion! Immersion! Okay. Cool. So as you obviously cast this and the last underling fades from existence, as I said, the death shield fizzles away and from the ground centre. So in the centre you see kind of an aura of smoke just kind of almost dissipating as the shield's gone. And you notice a silhouette of someone kneeling down and there's green kind of flames coming up the arms like this and around the head area. So just sits there and just kind of stands up calmly and collectedly. It says, "You have proven most troublesome in my endeavour. I will personally make sure that your souls will go to great use when I rip them free from your cold, lifeless corpse." So he kind of then goes, and two green balls are glowing in his hand, and he says, "Prepare to die." And then we roll initiative again, please. Can we come out of combat then?
Creepy green guy.
I'm rolling really freaking good for initiative, right?
I don't.
I got a 10. by the way.
7.
I got a 22.
I guess I haven't had an initiative higher than 10
We're channeling all the
today.
die rolling, guys.
So,
Yeah.
sorry, what did you
It's all
get,
coming.
Sylvia?
10.
10 for Sylvia. Rose? What did you get?
7.
7. And Isaac?
22.
Like your
Nice.
second 7 in a row for initiative, right?
Cool.
That sucks.
So as he casts those, Isaac, you just sense this overwhelming power of magical power. You know, obviously there's so much power emanating from that area. Obviously with the surrounding area as well, with the lightning and all that sort of stuff. It's just standing there, almost chest puffed out, kind of holding these green globes at his eyes.
Does he
Green.
does he look like he's readying a spell is what it looks like.
He's just holding these 2 green orbs at the moment and standing there,
I'm
almost stubborn and kind of, you know, cocky.
I'm gonna cast magic missile one more time at level 1.
Okay.
So it's 3d4. And I'm just gonna try and nail the center of him, just to try and knock him off concentration for these spells, if that's what he's doing.
Okay.
So it's 3, 6, 11 points of damage.
Cool. So he's standing there. You can't see. You can only see the silhouette of him, and obviously the green orbs and the green eyes kind of coming out like this. And you can just see this 3. Did you say?
So just like
Sorry.
3 beams of light just protrude from my fingers, and like almost like a rifle shot, and then they all just like, there's like one that converges off, and they just meet right in the dead center of his chest.
Cool. So they kind of come out your fingers, and he kind of like kind of reels back the silhouette that you can see, and just kind of for a second the orbs kind of disappear, and he just stands back up again, and just stands there, this silhouette, really tall, and he just interesting. Okay, and then it's his turn. And he goes, after he says that, he goes, now it's my turn. And he kind of, as he kind of almost like stands, he kind of almost parts the kind of smoke, just disappears like this. And he's standing there, this kind of 8 foot tall humanoid. He's long, black, scraggy hair with kind of like ripped robes all around him. His face is kind of like some skin on it, some not, so skeletal in places, and missing eye and one normal eye, and he's just kind of standing there, and his hands are all gaunt and withered and black on the ends and stuff, and he's just standing there like. And then let's have a look what he does. I haven't even looked to see what he does. So he kind of stands there and he goes, he kind of raises his hand like that, and his hand just goes like a blue, and ice kind of claws up, and he just goes, and this
Is this a
spectral,
spell?
yeah, this spectral hand comes towards you.
What I'm gonna use counter spell as a reaction.
Okay.
And if it's a 3rd level or lower spell, it's dissipated. If not, then he has to make a save of he has to beat a 10 plus the spell level.
So as you do, he does it, and when you do counter spell, it just goes, and it shatters into pieces, and he goes, reels back, and he's like, and you just see like this anger on his face, sort of thing, and he's like, and it's the green in his eyes, kind of bigger like that, and he that's it. He just stands there.
That's it for my third level, guys.
Great.
Okay, so it is now
May have bought
Sylvia's
us some time though.
turn.
Right. Well, Sylvia's gonna go ahead and cast Eldritch Blast.
Yeah.
Death take you. 11
It already has.
and 13,
11.
and she looks very upset with herself for missing that.
They both miss,
Cool
I'm
moment.
afraid.
They both miss. Okay.
So
Darn it.
you say death.
She got thrown
death.
off by that rich one.
Yeah, he says. You said death takes you, and go, and he just stands and goes. It already has, and they just go. And as they go towards him, they go around him into the distance. Kind of rainbows everywhere.
This is why, yeah, it's very sad. This is why good banter is it. That's Sylvia's turn.
Cool. Okay. Let me have a quick look. It's Rose, your turn.
Yeah, I still have my short bow up, and I guess he's far enough away, so that I'll just shoot another arrow at him,
Okay, go for
while
it.
saying, well, why don't you go back then under the earth where we don't have to see that?
Go for it.
It's just mock.
It is a 16?
That hits. Roll
Yes.
for damage.
Yeah, it's 6 piercing damage.
Okay. So, as you see the two kind of blasts going behind that, you can pull your arrow, and as he's reacting and making this retort to Sylvia, this arrow just plunges in him, and he goes. And yeah, but he seems unperturbed by the whole thing. It's just his arrow sticking out of him now, and he just kind of goes, snaps it off like that. And is that all your?
I think that was everybody.
Yeah.
So
Is there like with the whole pillars and stuff and around? I mean, I do have my bonus cunning action to hide. If I could, with my movement, get somewhere where I could, like, hide. I'm not sure if it would work because I guess he's staring at me.
I would say that if you were going to do that, you'd have to probably hide first and then stealth your way to the area.
Okay.
To get to there, because otherwise, he, as you rightly say, he's standing right in the middle, and you just see you running off towards a pillar. And
Yeah.
hide it.
No, then I'll just stay where I am.
Okay. So
There's
Isaac.
also that pillar that fell and nearly hit Sylvia. I don't know if that
So-
would be a good piece of cover.
You said it was my turn now.
Yes, Isaac. Yep, your turn.
I'm gonna use my last second level spell slot to cast Magic Missile again to make sure I hit him.
Okay.
And there again, so it's 4d4 damage. See just 4 beams of light protrude from my fingers, and again, like the same rifling motion, just and just converge on the dead center of him.
Okay.
It's 4, 6, 12, 16 points of damage.
Nice. Oh, let me write that down. There we go.
And I'm gonna come out of the corridor now, and I'm going to kind of stand opposite of Rose, kind of like where she went to hide. I'm gonna go to the opposite side of this
Okay, Rose
staging
stayed.
area.
Rose stayed where she was. She's next to Sylvia at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make my way out to the left, and just kind of get and kind of ready myself.
Cool. No problem. So you kind of shoot your plow into him, and he kind of reels backwards like that, and this arcane energy goes off the top of him like that, and he just fools like that, and he just stands there, ready again, and that's his turn. He kind of just stands there and goes, and just this from below, all this green energy goes all into him, and you can just see it kind of working its way up his legs and on his arms, just, and he kind of almost looks like his bolsters. He goes and gets a bit slightly bigger than he is, and he's kind of glowing slightly more green and horrible than he was before, and he gets 6 temporary hit points. Cool. And you kind of standing there, and he's kind of got this green, almost going in his veins, as it were, kind of bright, glowing green, kind of emanating from him now. And then he just, that's it. That's his move at the moment. So it is now Sylvia's go again.
All right. So return to the abyss where you belong, and cast Eldritch Blast. Nat 20.
Nice.
From- So,
That's 3 nat 20s for Sylvia today.
Sylvia's doing great, you guys. This is a really good.
She's
so-
either a howitzer cannon or she's not hitting at all. Like,
That's right. It's either or. For the crit, she got 21, and then she got 10 damage. That's
So
a total of
31 total.
damage.
woo! That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Better
That's
rolls than that
nice.
last one. Yeah.
So as you cast your 2, it's kind of merge into together, and he hits him, and he kind of, all these rainbows and sparkles go everywhere, and he roars in pain and kind of reels back, and all of a sudden all the green that's in his veins and kind of over his body just kind of fade and disappear out, and he just kind of almost gets a bit smaller than what he was when he was. His eyes still kind of glowing green, and green up his arms flame ways, and he's standing there. He's not best pleased.
How's he looking as far as like physically?
So
does he look tired? Like, does he starting to look like he's
partially decomposed, so you can't determine whether he's kind of like tired or anything. He just bits being blown off him, bits of skin, bits of sinew and clothing and stuff like that. But he's just standing there, kind of really stoic, and kind of just like nothing's really phasing him other than the fact that he's just getting pounded upon, sort of thing.
Gotcha.
He looks pissed.
So Rose, it's your go.
He's gonna look even more dead in a minute.
Okay, it is go. Oh, I feel so useless. Yeah, going to take the next arrow and just like shoot at him
Go
again,
for it.
I guess. Yeah, it's a 9.
He just, as he's kind of reeling back and kind of like that, just you loose an arrow and it's, and he just kind of like dodges it, goes past him. He kind of puts himself back. He almost moves very much like the things did up on the top of the pillars, just, and back again.
Rose at this moment wishes she would have taken the arm from like the torture chamber down there to just hit him with it. Yeah. But that means I do still have my movement and my bonus action, and now I really would like to get as close to the pillars as I can and hide.
Okay. Yeah, go for it.
And so, I mean, for the moment, he would know where I am, I guess. But I'm not in his.
Yeah,
Like-
he's not focused on you at the moment. He's focused
Yeah.
on Sylvia, because obviously she's just hit him with his rainbow sparkles. So she's kind of looking at
Yeah.
you. But if you want to move, you can do a stealth check, but you will only be able to move half your distance, because you're in plain sight, as it were.
Yeah. Can I, with half distance, I won't be able to get to the pillars, right?
Which way are you going, left or right?
Whichever's closest.
Let's pull up my old. So it would be the right one now because the left one has actually fallen over from when Sylvia hit it, and that's probably about 20 foot away from you.
20. Okay, so that won't work. No, then I won't stealth, but I want to move behind it.
Okay. Yeah.
And use the height to like get out of his focus as much as possible, and then in my next turn I will see where I go from there.
Okay, no problem.
And then that's it.
Cool. And it's back to Isaac then.
Okay, so since do I notice his fixation is Sylvia?
Yeah, he's kind of like glaring, kind of like where he's reeled back. He's just kind of looked at Silver, and he's kind of like standing there and kind of essentially looking at her as if like he's
All right,
focused.
I'm gonna throw another firebolt at him.
Go.
Let's say 18 plus 7, 25.
That hits.
Nice.
2d10. That is a really good roll. So that's 17 damage.
Nice.
Nice. So. Okay. So as you cast this fireball to him, he kind of strikes him and he kind of reels in pain, and you just start to see like his hair kind of curl up, and as the fire's kind of consuming what remains of some of his body and stuff like that, and it kind of quickly peters out as it hits, but it's kind of like when now he's like half bald and kind of that, and he looks his stoic proud expression, his stance is kind of like petered, and he's kind of just his arms are kind of draped to the side, and he's like not really panting because obviously he's semi-undead, but he's like just standing there kind of, this cannot be. All this time, this cannot be. And then it's his go, and he goes, and he just kind of stands there, and he kind of starts to conjure a kind of cloud, big cloud, and as he kind of casts it in his hand, it starts appearing, just like slap bang in the middle of you all. It's like 20 feet, and it's like a fog. You all need to make a Constitution saving throw, please, as this green, thick fog just kind of appears around.
17.
19.
21.
Nice. Okay. So it stays where it is. It's there, and you all manage to. You all kind of stand there, and you kind of can't quite see what's going on. However, you all do take. You all do take 8 points of poison damage.
At least we were able to resist the effects of the poison.
So he just kind of casts this horrible green noxious gas, and as he's doing it in his hands, it's appearing around you, all of you, and it's going inside your mouth and up your nose, and but you managed to fight off the effect that it's doing.
And he's continuing to keep this contact.
Yeah,
Okay.
He's just casting it like that,
All right.
and then that's his move.
Sylvia. She's going to Eldritch Blast him again.
Yep.
21 and 18 to hit.
They both hit.
Nice.
Both hit. Okay.
Good job.
Sylvia's helping. 15 more damage.
Cool.
The rainbow sparkles.
All right then. Tell me how you want to kill this guy.
As colorfully as possible. Yes, so she coughs a bit on this foul odor and says, "Begone, filth!" and shoots forward her hands, and the Eldritch Blasts both come out and just kind of twine over each other as they head towards him and enter through his exposed bones and just kind of fill him up and then explode outward in rainbow iridescence. And
Cool. So
sparkles and shimmers and fog.
you cast the Eldritch Blast in kind of like a motion, and they kind of like a double helix kind of weave around each other like this with sparkles and rainbows popping off, and it just kind of seeps into it. As it hits, it kind of seeps into his mouth, and he kind of shaking, he's like, "Wah!" And he's obviously stops casting this fog, and this fog dissipates. He's like, "Wah!" And it goes in his mouth and his eyes and all the things. It's just, and it just all of a sudden stops and just all this rainbows everywhere and sparkles and as he does explode, you just hear no, and at exactly the same time the sky just clears completely. The rain, well, not the rain, but the lightning stops and everything stops, and at that very moment you just hear aha, and from below Lor steps out from the below. Ah, yes, excellent. And he just literally stands there. Well done, excellent.
Does
yes.
he look rained on at all from the storm that's been happening the past few?
Yep, he is. He's quite wet.
It's just dripping. Okay.
I'm just
Yes.
looking at him like, Lor, is this a bad dream?
Lor was the Western tree lemur. He was following us.
He goes, yes, excellent work. I knew you'd pass my little test.
I knew there wasn't a strange guard with light. Wait.
Oh no, there was a guard.
All these.
What about the corpses?
What about the corpses?
The
So that-
torture chamber?
He
Are
goes,
you
no.
not telling us something?
Yes, there was a guard, and he did ask for assistance. I took the job for nothing. I needed to ensure that my detectives were up to a standard in which can cope in such situations.
Can I take my mage hand and punch him in the dick?
Yes, please.
You can, if you want to.
I'm gonna do it.
So,
Sylvia
as is,
is not part of this decision. She would just like,
Boom! Just an uppercut right in the.
so as he's kind of proclaiming what's going on, he's kind of his own mage hand is kind of wiping the water away from his shoulders, kind of thing, and all of a sudden he just goes over like that as his hand just thrusts up in the. He goes, that probably was deserved, but so at least I'm aware that you are fully capable of handling yourselves. Yes.
Obviously for nothing.
Not
And
for
Rose
nothing.
just looks at him like, are you serious?
It wasn't for
do you know
nothing.
how many skeletons were chewing on me earlier, Lor?
You vanquished an evil within the world, and that should be commended. However, there is no
money.
gold.
I feel like he would turn and bobbin at some point.
Yeah, he's just like buckled over at the moment.
Oh man.
And his
Those
mage
are-
hand just points towards you, Isaac, and just goes. Goes,
I just give it a little wink.
He says, should we make our way back now?
Yes, please. I'd like a very hot bath after all of this.
And rounds of drinks are on you tonight.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Do we need to do anything with the corpse room full of dead people who are presumably all missing?
We will. I will go to the guard tomorrow morning, and I will explain what you have found, and we will deal with it properly. I apologise for the deception, but I need to ensure that my detectives are of a standard in which this establishment, Arcane Investigations, is of a high standard.
All right, let's make our way back to
Let
town.
me
just-
today and we'll call it.
First, I would
literally-
like to.
As he does that, he just literally turns around and goes, "Onward!" and just walks down.
Real quick, were there any remnants of the
Yeah.
Of the what?
of
Is there
the
something
creature
to
we just
loot?
killed? Yes.
It's just bits of
Was
bone.
there
Very
anything
on
of-
me, I'm prestidigitating them off because that is nasty.
There's just bones and stuff everywhere.
Okay.
Bits of
Did
bone.
Okay,
my
then-
torch ever relight itself after we killed the specter downstairs?
No.
It went out.
I'd like to just kick some of the bones lying there and be like, "You're stupid, and I still don't like you."
You're a jerk.
Yeah, Rose had a day.
And as Laws walks
So-
away downstairs, he goes, "Chop chop!"
Sylvia follows. Are there any more lit green torches that one of which she could perhaps take?
There are loads still down there.
She's going to take another one because she's sad that hers went out and she's not getting any gold, handsome or ugly, from this venture.
So you have a glowing green
I'm
torch.
satisfied. I got to hit him in the dick for it. Like,
I'm
He's still slightly limping, holding himself as he's kind of. And what he's doing as he's walking and kind of holding himself, he's kind of talking, and you can see, he's holding a quill, and the hand's holding a notepad in front of him, and he's just writing it down as he's talking, and just making notes as he goes along.
okay. Sylvia
So do we-
follows.
so do we make it? Do we, to just for sake of brevity, do we make it back to town and whatnot?
Yeah, you're all back at town.
He probably
All right.
knows the way back to town.
Yeah,
I mean, he
knows
found
his
us,
from
so-
his west.
Yes.
to the west.
Yeah, I'm just like gonna hang my coat somewhere because it's still wet and just plant myself in front of hopefully the fireplace that is on, and I'm sure we still have whiskey somewhere in the office, and just like take a big sip and be like, "I'm out for today, guys."
And just
I pull out
Lord
my
just
flask and have a small nip.
slumps into his seat and goes, "Well, I think that was a all-round positive experience.
I'm gonna go
Bonding.
watch off the skeleton fight now.
Bonding.
I'm just gonna sit. I'm gonna sit
Action.
down at my pile of. I'm gonna sit down at my pile of books that I had and just start opening it up and reading it again. Just totally ignoring him.
date."
Yeah, he should just feel the complete sarcastic ignoring that we're doing right now. Like,
He continues to speak. Danger, excitement, camaraderie, and he's just saying all these words, and then it just doesn't.
Does he go to? Does he go to sit down at all?
He's sitting down
He
already.
already sat.
Ah,
yeah.
dang! I was gonna say if he goes to sit down, I want to use my mage hand to pull the chair out from behind him like, before he sits down, so he hits the floor.
He already slumped.
He's already
Seriously,
slumped.
Sylvia's gonna go
Dang it.
sponge off her skeleton bite.
Cool, and that's where we will leave it.
Okay,
all right.
great story.
Thank you
Sweet.
so much, Hap. It
Thank
was
you.
blessed.
Awesome.
Thank you,
Do we have
everyone.
any
A lot of
viewers
fun.
left?
A lot of
Yeah,
fun.
a few.
Great
That
story.
that was great. That was a lot of fun.
That was fantastic.
Thank you
Cool.
for leading.
Well, no, you're welcome. I enjoyed it a lot. Thank you very much, everyone, who watched us today.